person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yes. Ow. We have had some technical issues early on, and it is difficult sometimes doing a show. What happens is because our show sometimes overloads our processing speed, my entire program sometimes dumps everything out of memory. So what I just did was rebuild the entire background, or actually the entire startup of the show. That's why there were some kind of glitches there. But it had to be done on the fly because you guys want to see a show at 6 o'clock, so I did it. But what I'm trying to bring to you is an interactive show format on a nightly basis and take on some of the toughest issues in the country. Now, I'm going to be proceeding a little bit slow right now. But let's listen to a CBS report right now about Trump's desire to create this national emergency. Let's take a look.
16 states have now officially filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration over the president's declaration of a national emergency. President Trump made the declaration Friday after signing a new funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. But Mr. Trump said the bill's $1.4 billion for 55 miles of border barriers was not enough to address what he said was a crisis at the southern border. Nancy Cordes joins us now on the phone. Nancy, first break down the basics for us about what they are alleging here.
Well, what these 16 states, Sharika, are saying is that this was a contrived national emergency, that there doesn't actually appear to be an emergency at the border, and that the president is doing this simply because he couldn't get the funds that he wanted from the U.S. Congress. And beyond that, what they're alleging is that their own residents in their states, whether it's California or New York or Hawaii or any one of the states that has joined up in this lawsuit, they're alleging that by redirecting funds from the Pentagon, from the Treasury Department, in order to build this wall, the president is essentially robbing their own residents of money that they had paid taxes for services that they would have received otherwise. So, for example, one of the pots of money that the president wants to redirect in order to build his wall, something that he can now do since he has signed a declaration for a national emergency, is a military construction fund. And what these states are alleging is that that is money that has already been allocated for various projects to build schools on military bases or housing, and that, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul here. Congress has already allocated those funds for those purposes, and their residents who live hundreds and in some cases thousands of miles from the border are going to suffer if the president does this.
And the president expected this. I mean, he spoke about this last week when he said that there will be a number of legal challenges. This is really just one of many, right, Nancy?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, Nancy. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that Donald Trump is trying to use emergency powers acts to implement something that could have been done all along in the past 2 years. My idea was to bring our troops home, if you can look at that as a realistic goal. And then where would our troops go but to our border? And welcome everybody to President's Day. Thank you. I'm David Sponheim. This is America's Third Party. I've got the bare minimum right now on this board so it doesn't overload, and we are moving forward. Thank you. We could easily have sent our troops to the border and brought them out of Afghanistan 2 years ago. My idea was to pull our troops down significantly, half strength in Afghanistan and out of Syria completely. Ironically, Donald Trump has been taking my ideas as his own, but he doesn't seem to know what to do with them. Now, bringing our troops out of that area 2 years ago would have put the troops at the border and amassed a significant border system to guarantee our border security. This would have been something I would have done 2 years ago. Naturally, the troops need defending, and there's no reason why we wouldn't implement a plan to reconstruct the wall at that time using the military funding. No emergency order was needed for this. This is a completely unnecessary use of Emergency Powers Acts. By the way, he has 6 weeks to justify any emergency orders, or 6 months rather, 6 months to justify any emergency orders. So if Congress is going to raise any beef with him right now, it's going to take 6 months to really implement a big plan. But I don't believe the Democrats have any ability to stop anything. I believe the Democrats are virtually an inert political party at this point. I mean, how long have they had the House? The new House has been in office for over a month, yet they haven't produced a single piece of impeachment material on Donald Trump. The people of America resoundingly put the House in the winning position with the Democrats because we wanted Donald Trump's wings clipped, not because we want amnesty at the border. The Democrats have it all wrong. We do want border defense, but we also want to make sure that Donald Trump isn't working for Russia. Now, Andrew McCabe, the former deputy director of the FBI, who took over when James Comey was fired so that Donald Trump would end the Russian investigation, according to him. Andrew McCabe has been very vocal. He's written a new book, and he talked about how Donald Trump is the only candidate he's ever seen who's got so many contacts with Russia, our known enemy worldwide. It's hard to imagine anyone with so many contacts as Donald Trump has with Russia being our president. That's what he implied. And he also believes that Mueller has more than enough evidence in the Moscow Trump Tower deal to conclude that, Donald is lying. So I think Andrew McCabe really got the raw end of the deal. He got kicked out of his retirement plan at the FBI over Donald Trump wanting to end this Russian investigation. He's the big loser. And Donald Trump is sitting there high and mighty in the White House, profiting from the White House Trump Tower, which is a USPS building, which violates the Emoluments Clause. And he's made $90 million on that Trump Tower in the past 2 years. Isn't that amazing? Our president makes $90 million off of a hotel in the D.C. area, which isn't even his building. He leases it. Now, of course, he gave up his $400,000 a year salary because it's a pittance. It wouldn't even cover his shoe shine. It's ridiculous to think this man is behaving fairly. He's clearly profiting from the White House. Now, what are we going to do with that? How are we going to proceed? Obviously, the Democrats have no plan. They haven't implemented any impeachment process. Now they're trying to buck him at every turn. Don't waste your time. The Democrats have lost their ability to do anything. They are completely controlled by people who have no idea what's going on. Case in point, Beto O'Rourke. I mean, that man just made a comment that we needed to get rid of all of the fencing. Well, guess what? He just did a protest at the fence. He protests fencing while surrounded by fencing. This man is a joke. He's a dunce. It turns out he married a billionaire's daughter. That's how he became famous. We don't need more of these kinds of people who are profiting from being rich. Bernie Sanders, big-time profiteer, making $2.3 million off of his book sales, bought a brand new car last year, 2 years ago, made enough to buy 2 new houses during the 2016 election, and then obviously gave up the election to Hillary Clinton. We don't need him in there, especially after he made those statements about women wanting to be raped by 3 men. I mean, this is outrageous. We will not be streaming any of that person's town hall meeting because you got to understand, I am completely censored in the media. Why would I want to show you Amy Klobuchar's town hall meeting? Don't you people realize that I have been censored for 10 years? What's wrong with you? And then I'm vilified yet again for doing a blackface video because I don't have any coverage, because I had to impersonate Barack Obama. They went ahead and made a big thing about blackface again in Washington Post and mentioned my name. Well, that's not exactly advertising that I want, but then again, I need advertising period, so I'm not complaining, but seriously. The lengthy history of white politicians wearing blackface and getting a pass, excuse me, but when is it illegal to freely paint your face whatever you want? Thank you, guest 685. I'll look into that email. When is it illegal to speak out in America? Why are we worrying about the blackface when it's clearly protected by free speech? The reason is the Democrats have lost track of what America stands for. They want us to fall into this chasm of communism and socialism. They want us to be politically correct. I can assure you, being politically correct is not going to address the grievances black people have toward white people, and it's not going to be addressing the grievances white people have toward everybody. White people have had problems just getting an education over the past 20 years since affirmative action came into existence. So don't tell me I should profile a woman who got a free amount of advertising over the past few months when I can't get a single second of advertising. Yeah, I was in the Washington Post, but again, you got to pay $1 to see the ad. So, unless you open it up on Opera, hi, add the one. You won't be able to see this without paying $1 to Jeff Bezos. I guess he needs $1 to cover the cost of his court case with, poor Jeff Bezos. He doesn't have any money to cover the court case he's going to be writing against National Enquirer for getting a hold of his sex tape. Hey, let's talk about that for a second. Jeff Bezos has access to the most important NSA documents and information out there because he's running a server that he built for the NSA. But unfortunately, Jeff Bezos can't even control his sex pic. That's a serious breach in security, don't you think? I think the fact that Jeff Bezos can't control his sex pic is even more disturbing. It's even more disturbing to talk about how China, when they have our national securities routed through their servers, are able to send out little emails to the Chinese government telling them what's in the servers. Yeah, there was a recent reveal that a lot of those circuit boards in rack servers have contaminated chips that were developed in China that can send emails to China and secretly send everything that we have over to them. We've got national security risks with people like Jeff Bezos operating our NSA servers, and that's going to change as soon as I become president. Plus, I'm going to get accountability for the American people in dealing with your YouTube censorship. We're going to be looking at building an ombudsman group that can actually respond to the American people who are being censored on YouTube. There's absolutely no reason why YouTube is slashing Americans left and right who are trying to speak out about the issues. Our country is under the same propaganda controls as North Korea right now. So it's a terrible situation which we have to address on a daily basis. No, so all the protests against the wall are going to go unchecked. Donald Trump can actually declare an emergency. The only problem with declaring an emergency with the border fence, and he wouldn't even call it a fence when he took my 1,000-mile fence idea. The only problem with that is Donald Trump will run out of things to call emergencies, and if we have a real emergency, it'll be like the little boy crying wolf. Yeah, YouTube is censoring heavily, and they need to be called out on that. And nobody in our government or in our two-party system is addressing that problem. Amazon's AWS servers run 99% of the internet. I wouldn't doubt Jeff Bezos' big brother, Jussie Smollett. Thank you for coming in, Juicy. I hear you're in the news. So we have a lot of problems that are not being addressed by our completely incompetent two-party system. When I talk about dunces and the Democrats, I have to also mention Ocasio-Cortez. No, I'm happy to be who I am. Ocasio is a seriously disturbed young lady who I believe may be Eva Abadan, because Eva Abadan stopped tweeting right around the same time as Ocasio appeared on the scene. This has been recorded. Many people have looked at it. If you're wondering if they look alike, don't look at the lighting, because the lighting is different in two different pictures. Look at the face itself. And because the angulation of the face of Ocasio is facing a different way, you can't really see it's the same person. But that's very strange. Now, who's Eva Abadan? The sister of Uma Abadan, the alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton. Now, it stands to reason that Hillary Clinton, because Chelsea's not going to run for office, it's pretty obvious, is probably pushing her agenda using Ocasio as her lead lady, and covered her fake story of how she graduated from Boston University, with an economics degree, because Ocasio just claimed the most stupid thing on television that anyone could ever say, especially somebody with an economics degree. She claimed that she stopped the Amazon corporation from building in Long Island, and that was a good thing, she thought, because she'd rather take the $3 billion that she has and give it to someone else. Now, you got to understand, she doesn't even realize that a tax incentive is not cash in her hands. She thought that she was going to pay Jeff Bezos $3 billion to open up a shop in the Bronx. That's how stupid she is. Now, she just made that public, and she told the whole world what a dunce she is. And I'm more than willing to describe it in detail, and other people have made a big comment about it as well. But she doesn't understand the difference between a tax break and money in her hand, which is a gross error of logic. Shows that she probably was given her degree, or maybe she doesn't even have a degree. Maybe it's all been faked. Lots of things about AOC are really, really suspicious. Now, why would all these people like Ocasio-Cortez and Beto O'Rourke and this other woman running for president, why would all these people get all this free advertising and I get nothing? Because this country is not free, and it's certainly not democratic. I believe in freedom of speech, and I'm not getting my end of it. I'm being stifled, suppressed, and I will not in any way engage in ignore. They're not going to be ignoring the message of a third party, because it's growing around me. And I'm in the center of the vortex of everybody going, yeah, Dave, we need a centrist party. That's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? I haven't missed my calling. I think you missed your reality check. I'm right where I need to be. I'm going to put you out of business for a while, Howie. So the fact that Mark makes millions of dollars censoring me, the fact that I've got 350 million VPNs blocked from getting into our chat room, doesn't prevent our signal from getting out there. And when people copy our signal and talk about things in the news, it's a good thing. It's certainly not going to hurt the bottom line that we're out there and around the world on UHF. But clearly we've got some problems that are not being addressed. We got some stories we brought in recently. A major break. Again, I don't normally cover Russian television, but hey, RT has a story. Grand Canyon Museum has exposed tourists to radiation for years, according to a whistleblower. Yes, he's made millions. You can doubt it all you want. Just get kicked out of the channel if you want. Okay, so Grand Canyon, if you've been in there, you got a real concern here, because obviously being around 4,000 times the level of radiation is a danger. I'm glad I never went into the museum. They've got a cache of highly radioactive uranium that may have exposed employees and visitors to radiation up to 4,000 times safe level. Wow. High-level Park Service officials formed a secrecy pact to cover up the fact that 3 large drums of uranium had been stored in the Grand Canyon's museum building for 18 years. Danger to employees, tourists, and children. 4,000 times the natural level. RT has that story if you want to look at it. Here it is. I don't want you to go home and say, honey, we went there. And now let's talk about Bernie Sanders for a second, since you want to support him like an idiot that you are. Yeah, let's talk about Bernie's publishing of an article. Yeah, it is terrible. Bernie Sanders wrote an article in the Vermont Free Press. Here it is, in which he said, and I think it's important if you're going to vote for Bernie, this is a fact, and even Snopes checked it, it is true. Bernie Sanders wrote that a woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. We don't allow you promoting other parties here. And certainly, if I'm going to be censored in the media, as much as I'm censored in the media, you're not allowed to come in here and promote Hillary, Donald, anybody. Well, Bernie said it, and I'm not lying. So if you want to support Bernie, that's an instant ban here. We just lost Victory for Cake. He lost his account. You're not hearing me. You keep supporting these people. I want you out of here. You come in here promoting another party or another group, you're gone. We don't want you here. We are building a brand new political movement to challenge the corrupt 2-party system. The last thing I need in here are you nerds who think that somehow voting for the left or the right is going to solve this problem. Anybody who comes in with another party or another political candidate will be banned automatically. Guaranteed. Now I want to show you a picture of something that's very disturbing. We all know about the gun control move by the left and how they're pushing for gun control to get rid of our weapons so that they can take over our entire society and incarcerate everybody in FEMA camps. We all know of the New World Order plot to take over our country. Well, David Hogg is part of that. Isn't that weird, the way David Hogg looks like Adam Lanza? Yeah. That's the same picture right there. Look at that. David Hogg, Adam Lanza. Is David Hogg Adam Lanza? That's the question. Yeah. People are really wondering. Thank you for that link. I'll have to add that to my link library. It's a 100% match, yeah. But the gun control lobby is strictly pushed by a bunch of New World Order globalists that want to get rid of your weapons, disarm the population so they can walk in, just like they did in Germany, and incarcerate people, just like they did to the Jews and ethnic minorities. The same exact plan being perpetrated again. I used to think that Hitler was behind the World War II and Germany's rise to power. It wasn't Hitler at all. Hitler was a bad guy, don't get me wrong. He was a horrible man, but Adam Lanza, David Hogg. Hitler was supported by the Rothschilds. He got direct support from J.P. Morgan. Even the Windsor family wanted him to stop the Stalinists. Yeah, it was the Rothschilds that wanted to start the war, that wanted to incarcerate all these people and take their money. They were behind Hitler's rise to power. Same with the Windsor family, who are still entrenched in power in England. It was a known fact that they wanted Hitler to succeed. That's why they waited so long to get into the war. Neville Chamberlain went over there and tried to broker peace in our time. But he couldn't. A few days later, Hitler started wars in Poland and all around the world, in France and England. This is exactly what happened then. It's happening over again. The same family, entrenched in power, richer than every other family in the world. They estimate the Rothschilds' assets to be over $200 trillion. They're not in Forbes 500 top billionaires because they've got trillions of dollars. They don't care about you either. In fact, they're willing to get rid of half the population or more, 90% of the population. If you're not concerned, then you're not listening. Who do the Rothschilds support? Well, they support Zionism because they are the Zionists. They were the court Jews of the 1500s. They were given court Jewish status. They weren't royalty. They weren't Jewish royalty. Their mother's mother was not related to Abraham. In order to be Jewish, you have to have your mother's mother related to Abraham. They were not. So they were given the power of Jews as court Jews, and they were able to lend money and make lots of money in the process over the many centuries that have passed. This is the monarchy, the old monarchy of the past, rebranding themselves as the new monarchy, the new world order. And if you're one of those people that thinks the new world order is new, it's not. They're just trying to consolidate their power as they automate and replace all of you with robots. And I'm not kidding. I wish I was. It's more than evident that that is their plan, and they've even taught you in school how important it is to get rid of our population. Many of you go to colleges in America and you come back thinking, yeah, we don't need to be here. Yeah, we can just disappear and we can all go away. Be fine. Yeah, it's a serious plan to brainwash you into thinking humans should disappear and then eventually get rid of you. He's a Brazilianaire, exactly. Yeah, you'll have to excuse me for a second. I'm going to play, just for your edification, a little piece of the Rothschild puzzle. And this is Jacob Rothschild talking about how he created Israel.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I feel that it is very good that we created. You know, I'm of all the people in the world, I believe that these poor Jewish people who were killed in the Holocaust needed a homeland. I'd be the first to say Israel is a great nation too, and I'm in no way anti-Semitic. But should this Zionist movement that he created, Rothschilds created, be carried over to the rest of the world, and should all of our foreign policies be all about Israel? That's the big question. And that's why I'm anti-Zionist. And I want everyone to know there's a big distinction. Yes, Sarah and I kissed. We probably should kiss more, but that's okay. All right, so you guys can hang out and visit Sarah. She's going to calm you down from the first half hour of me having a series of questions that I brought up. She's here to talk about it. They found radiation at the Grand Canyon Museum 4,000 times higher than it should have been. Isn't that interesting?
Wow.
Yeah.
What was it? Close to where they tested the nuclear material or something?
Well, it turns out they were holding uranium rocks in the building itself for 18 years, putting everybody at risk, 4,000 times the safe level for children. Luckily, we never went into that museum, so I'm happy we didn't pay the entrance fee to go in there. This is one case where you don't want to... Who was my favorite president? John F. Kennedy. I believe even though he was an elitist, his father, Joe Kennedy, was an elitist and perhaps a mobster. I believe that John F. Kennedy he changed. He metamorphosized inside the White House into a person who really cared. And I really believe that we lost a really wonderful president with John F. Kennedy. I still believe he was one of our greatest presidents. And he set the ball in motion for a series of things that helped modernize our nation and make it better for employees with a workman's compensation. You can thank John F. Kennedy for that. If you're out of a job, you get 24 weeks of compensation. It's pretty good. That's John F. Kennedy's doing. In fact, when John F. Kennedy was president, the tax on rich people was 90%. So proposing high taxes on rich people is not new. They systematically got it down to next to nothing under Trump. We need to get it back up again, but what they use are tax deductions and tax credits to avoid paying taxes completely. So you could set the mark at 70%, they'd still avoid paying taxes. We need a flat tax, something that'll get rid of tax credits and deductions and make it fair for everybody, including rich people who are trying to invest in this country. I've got some great ideas to really jumpstart this economy, and I think if you hang out watching the show, you'll realize that we are your best choice for 2020. Now, I'm a fiscal conservative and a social liberal, and that makes it a very interesting combination because I appeal to people who want to support gun rights. Your right to bear arms is paramount. But also I'm concerned about the homelessness and the environment, like some Democrats claim they are, but aren't doing anything to solve it. I openly am against the misuse of chemicals in our environment, and I will be fighting against big companies like Monsanto and Dow. And I cannot say that's true about the Democrats. They have the Democrats in their little pocket, Dow does. Hillary actually got donations from Dow Chemical and Monsanto. The worst president is still yet to be seen. We haven't seen if Trump is the worst president yet. Based on his decisions, he's neck and neck with Obama in my mind. The trickle-down economics that we're looking at will not be as effective as a basic income plan, which I spearheaded with Sarah in 2012. We brought up the Baseline Plus program in our book, Hybrid Capitalism, and then we put a dollar amount on it, $400 a month, last year. Or actually, it was in 2016 we did that. But $400 a month will be a big support for the American people, and I will up it to $500 if a credible candidate tries to copy my idea, and I'll even raise it by $5, make it $505. But so far, there's been no credible candidate to raise it past $500. Everybody's copying our idea. It's the thing that they think that is going to help them get elected in the Democrats. I don't think it's really fair to say that their idea is any better than my idea, considering I'm the originator with Sarah here. Yeah, so Trump is using a national emergency to build the wall, but it won't even be more than 50 miles. And he apparently is going to take 1.3 billion out of that budget that he's going to get to do the 50 miles, and then probably build more from there using military funds. I would have done the whole thing 2 years prior. I would have initially brought our troops home from Afghanistan and Syria had I been president from the beginning. And we would have had a need to defend our troops at the border because they're going to be down there living with their families. Why would we not want to build a fence around them? So I would have used military funding without declaring an emergency. It would have made a lot more sense than Trump declaring an emergency when clearly there is no emergency. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Sarah's here to kind of give you a different flavor of the show. Her personality is completely opposite mine, so I think you'll enjoy talking to her. And your hair looks nice. You came out of the shower. It looks beautiful.
Thank you.
That's amazing. Didn't that work great?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It did. Thank you so much. You're
awesome. Welcome. Yeah.
David's so wonderful. We had a nice President's Day. We spent time together, and we just had a lovely day. I enjoyed it. It's pretty interesting because I was like, whoa, where did the time go? I just spent it spending time with David, which was really good. Yes, I know. Women can wash. We're capable. No, I have heard that women in like hotels sometimes mess up hotels more than men, like because sometimes then they have all this like stuff that they do, spray tanning and whatnot, that they're harder to clean up after than men, especially than like anyway. But lovely, yeah. But yes, I did a nice shower and all of that, but no spray tanning. I don't need that. Okay. Yes, I have heard that about long hair, but I like my hair length. I don't want to cut it. I talked to David today. I was like, should I cut my hair? And I really don't want to do that. Yeah, well, I did spend some quality time with David the last couple days. Yeah, we have watched parts of National Lampoon's Vacation with David, yeah, a while ago. No, I haven't, Howie. Maybe I should just thank my lucky stars that I don't live in your neighborhood. If my hair ever sweeps the floor, I will definitely be cutting it then. Yeah, I know. I'm just not a comedy type person. David and I tend to watch action adventure movies and dramas. I would say dramas are more what we do. If I did cut my hair short, I'd only want it to cut to shoulder length, and I would want to cut a foot off, and I don't have quite a foot yet. Well, maybe on this side I do. That looks pretty long then, it is. Oh, that's because it's going with, never mind. It's the shirt that matches my hair color. Oops. Anyway. I was thinking it was longer, but anyway. I'm glad it is cheap to live where you live. You don't have any bugs? No cockroaches or insects, flies, nothing like that? Not really, 209. I really love my work, so I'm not. And I work very hard the days that I do work, but I am fortunate that I have a job that I do have chunks of time off at a time. So that is fine. I don't envy David for staying home and pursuing his dreams. Because I really love my job. I love it. That's good. Yeah, I'm glad that, wow, I'm sorry, Reptoid. I'm glad that we don't have very many insects up here either. We have lots of little birds and deer and things like that. No, 237. No, I have been wearing and I always wear it in the winter, these, it's 32 degree heat, has these, what do they call them? I don't know what they call them, but they're basically like long johns. I wear that all summer, but, no, I usually don't wear yoga pants or sweatpants. I usually wear, maybe sometimes, I guess I wear these kinds of pants. Hybrid Meerkat, you get just as much attention, if not more, signed in than the people over at iVlog. Yeah, thermals. You would like to sell me a full lime tree? A lime tree? I don't know if they would grow up here. I'd have to have only if you had a full greenhouse to sell me with my full. No, Howie, I haven't. With your lime tree. Because I need. Oh, it says dwarf citrus. It can be grown outdoors. Thai lime. Well, I do like Thai food. Nine through 10, maybe. Let's see what zone I'm in. It has a color map and I could figure it that way, but I'm in 9A. I could almost do a lime tree. Okay, Anita, get some sleep. Okay. Unless you were able to get him on the ballot, 517, if you're able to work to get David on the ballot, that's a possibility. It's a possibility that way. I can grow it outdoors so you can mail me the lime tree. Wait, you want to... How much do you want for your lime tree? I don't know if I have the space for a lime tree. I tried growing a lemon tree and it didn't do very well. I have to make sure anything's possible, 209. Your lime tree is huge. That's what I thought too, Tick, and I don't know if it grows this far north, but it seems like where I live. See, I live in I'll show you. David does that. You can't see it unless I do the whole thing like this one. There we go. I live up here in this area, and so ironically, we have some of the same growing seasons as they do down here and over here. So we actually have pretty good growing up here. Even though it feels cold, but I guess it is a good growing seasons. Yeah, I do live near Canada, that's true. But ironically, it's interesting that we have plant hardiness zones. I mean, obviously we're not like Alaska or things like that. So I guess I could grow things that they grow. We can grow things that they grow down south. We can do that okay. Which is pretty interesting. Sweet. Kind, I would definitely consider David to be kind and caring. You like spiders? I like, the only spiders I really like are like wolf spiders, garden spiders. I guess I am a little bit of a politician, even though I'm not really that into politics, 209. I need to respond to your backlog of questions. I think I am because you have so many questions. I'm scrolling up to see your backlog of questions and I don't see them. So you're going to have to type them all again because I have been purposely ignoring you. Yeah, I would say David is very kind and caring, at least for me, to me. He cares about me and he's caring. He cares about me. And he cares about the country, very much so. Good, Fruffs. I'm glad David cares about you as well. Yeah, he cares about all of you. That's why he does this show all the time, because he cares about you so much. So 517, a guest over at iBlog, is getting sick, like the flu. Banana spiders. I've never seen a banana spider. Did I see Avengers of Infinity War? No. What did I think? I didn't think anything of it because I never saw it. Will I be watching CNN? Will I be watching a town hall meeting in 10 minutes? Oh, darn, I forgot I was going to do a thing on Twitter. No and no. I'll be voting for David in 2020 behavior. Did you watch Avengers Infinity War Hybrid Meerkat? Well, I would think David disagrees with you, thinking that's one of the best things for the country. I think David would think he's the best thing for our country. Well, I changed my accent when I mostly grew up in Southern California from the time period from 4th grade until I graduated from high school. I graduated from high school in Southern California, Riverside, California to be specific. And so yeah, I lost my Southern accents because otherwise, the real reason, I'll tell you what made me lose my Southern accent. Because I competed in a spelling bee in Riverside, California, because I was living there and I was in 5th grade. I'd won the school spelling bee. I studied hard, and I was very shy at the time as well. Not that I am shy sometimes now too. Anyway, I went to the regional spelling bee and I got out on they did one round and then they did a second round and I got out on the first word, even though I knew the word and I spelled it correctly. But in Mississippi, my accent was so strong that A and E sound very similar. And they said I spelled it wrong, even though I didn't. So anyway, and I was too embarrassed to contest it live immediately. And after that, I said, well, forget it. I'm not going to keep my Southern accent. I'm going to try diligently to sound like all the California people without an accent. I was 9 in the spelling bee, something like that. 10. Wait. Thank you. I probably do need a hug. So now I sound like a newscaster because I mostly lived in California. Did I want to act at one point? Yeah, I actually went to Hollywood and I met Mario Lopez at some casting call. I was in theater and in high school classes. I was actually in a play in junior high. Well, and in high school, I didn't do the plays in high school because in order to do the plays in high school, we had to pay for our costumes, or you had to pay to be part of the theater club. And my family couldn't afford to pay for extracurricular activities. Another reason I never like joined band or anything, because California makes people pay for all those. Yeah, Mario Lopez from Saved by the Bell. Yeah, he was at this casting call. Everybody that went to the casting call got like a signed autograph from him. Yeah. Okay, 389. Yeah, I remember all those characters. Slater. Yeah. Anyway. Do I have a single sister? No. 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 Wait, am I missing someone? No. 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 No, I don't have a single sister. Oh, really? I'm not a big fan of lavender, but I have heard lavender is very calming. So I was going to try, somebody gave me some like lavender essential oil. I was going to try to spread that around. And when I go to teach, like dab a little bit here and there, the oil, and see if like it'll calm children down. David is very committed to the elections in 2020, and he is running. Some of them, yes. Selfire, yes. Are lavender and purple the same? Yes, lavender is a flower that is purple in color. It's like a light purple in color. This is his campaigning. David's campaigns on by doing an online show. That's how he campaigns. Yes, you're right. You say it seems to be a waste of time. If he's censored, he won't get airtime. Yet he keeps trying. All the time, David's trying to campaign. But he doesn't campaign in person because it would be a threat because of the threats that are out there. Glad we don't have lizards up here. I'm not going to boot you. You might be right, 828. Not really. No, I don't teach globalist propaganda. I do teach people to be tolerant of each other. It's WH. Yeah. Thank you, 517, for correcting that spelling. How so? How is Common Core globalist propaganda? I don't understand. Because I do teach Common Core, state standards, math, particularly. I mean, of course, reading and writing is just the same reading and writing for all grades. A bit, yes. I haven't researched it as in depth as I could have. Hybrid meerkat. How did he do that? Did he become the smoker after he graduated the top of his class? I have heard about the zombie deer virus ghost. I didn't hear about the zombie cat virus one. You're working on your abs by drinking beer. You want your abs to get bigger. Yes, thanks, Mad Dog's Backyard. Yeah, the toxoplasmosis, that's a good point. Yes, Moran, you're reading about purple and how interesting it is. That's good. Wow. You lived a quick, full life then, Howie, huh? My cat does not eat green beans. Yes, 840. I'm a master's. I have my master's degree, not in my hands, but I actually have it. It's in the mail. So I finished all my work. I submitted it, and I'm done. I have my master's degree. I'm graduated. I graduated. I have heard of that book. A lot of that about John Taylor Gatto, I think it is, but I haven't read it, but I've heard of it. Okay, I'll write it down. Thank you, 840. I did work very hard for my master's. Part of me recently, I've just been kind of sitting on my laurels since I finished. Because not too much, but I'm good, yeah. I've heard, they do things totally different in Finland. Like, we should teach like Finland. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was. Oh, you're thinking about going back to school? Well, if you want to major in education, business, nursing, or IT, I do highly recommend the school I just went through, which is Western Governors University. I'll give you a link. wgu.edu. What's really great about them is, well, you can start anytime. You don't have to wait till September. You pay for 6 months at a time. They're very affordable. And you do have a minimum that you're expected to do in order to have on-time academic progress, but you can complete more than the minimum. So in a way, you get more bang for your buck. And they also, what's another great thing that I think really made my experience super worthwhile is they have what's called a student mentor. And it's someone that you have to talk to every week, at least when you first start, and then every 2 weeks after that. And that person, all they do really is talk to you about, like, what did you do last week that's working towards your goal, and what's your next goal to work on. And it's just kind of like a cheerleader on the side that keeps you on your goals, because having an online university, sometimes it's difficult to continue to stay motivated throughout the whole process. And it was really good. Morticule wants an online university like OpenAC.UK. That looks good. Is it choose from over 200 qualifications? That looks very good. What I do like about, yeah, that looks good, the Open University if you're in the UK. I like about Western Governors University is they're totally accredited. And if you're interested in IT, and if you like data at all, the other one I would look into is Udacity. And what's cool, the Western Governors University has a data science one that actually you earn a degree in a nano degree in Udacity at the same time. And Udacity has some free ones that you can do as well. I did watch Reading Rainbow when I was a child. Open University, you think, is related to Soros. To be fair, you did all of those things, and now you're trying to educate people to not get involved with all those things. Yes, I love Reading Rainbow's theme song. I loved Reading Rainbow. I loved reading as a kid. My mom used to say, clean your room. I told you to clean your room, and you're sitting here reading every little thing like a piece of garbage that should just be thrown away. No. I should look at what she's doing, huh? I wonder if she's paying them. Democratic senator.
Affordable Care Act, and we were stopped, was trying to get a public option in there. And that is a way, if you all remember that debate, way to provide a public alternative that's real, even beyond the exchanges, so that we can bring down the rates. And then we can look at other options, but we have to start somewhere. And I think we could do that much more immediately.
So no Medicare for all.
It could be a possibility in the future. I'm just looking at something that will work now.
Okay, Bryce Stack is here. He is a college student from Merrimack. Bryce?
Hi, thank you. Senator Klobuchar, just about every Democratic candidate for president accepts the reality of climate change, including yourself. However, when you were asked about the Green New Deal, you were quoted as saying that it is an aspiration while declining to name your own specific policy proposals. Would climate justice be a priority in a Klobuchar administration, and which specific policies would you put forward?
Very good question. I think you all know that this last year was the 4th hottest year in American history. And the Green New Deal is so important right now for our country. We may not have agreements on exactly how it will work and when we can get it done. And my point that I made there was that this is a discussion that we must have as a country. For too long, we've just been admiring the problem, right? We've been saying, oh, it's happening. And most of the members of the Senate did admit that it's happening. But what are you going to do about it? So I will, as the first day as the president, sign us back into the International Climate Change Agreement. That is on day one. I will also, in the first 100 days, bring back the clean power rules that the Obama...
No, it's a woman, Howie. Not letters from a Birmingham jail. Okay. They would never lie about climate change to force a global government that they control. They want to control. Yeah, David, that is David would stop government chemtrail spraying. That's true. And I would say we also need to harness the methane from cows so that if we're able to harness it and then use that for heating or cars or something like that, that would be much better. True, I'm sorry, I only have the one scarf and I haven't worn it, so I'll think about it. Oh yeah. Well, they're basically creating climate change. Ghost thinks global warming is a myth, a misunderstanding. Yes, David does a better job cooking than I do. Yes, I do have my master's degree. Oh. So that's the idea, is that because they want a global government, then they're going to have some kind of crisis that affects everybody in the globe that they all have to come together to solve. So it's a global climate, because what do we all share? We all share the climate. So they created a global climate crisis. I get it. That does make total sense. Well, if it's all created, then it's easy to engineer the way out because we stop doing what they're, and that mean, so they're actually creating this crisis by spraying the skies, as David says. You're thinking about going to Full Sail University Online for a Music Business Bachelor of Science. It's your passion, music, business. When you find your passion, it gets easier, I would say, at the one. Just make sure your universities are accredited. Well, you can get a scholarship up to $20,000 with the Momentum Scholarship. Wow, that's pretty cool. I think you should do that at the one, because that goes to not just music, the music industry. You can have skills that you can do for any kind of advertising or anything like that. Yes. And yeah, you're right, Hybrid. And they wanted at one time they wanted Obama to be their puppet for it. That makes sense. I will look into those books you told me about. Maybe 2 weeks. I don't know, Howie. I don't know. That's not my litmus test for washing. If my hair is itchy, no. I'm saying I don't know because I wash more frequently than that. So, yeah, I have no idea before my hair starts to itch. I haven't done that. Yes, of course, the plutocrats. Very good point, Hybrid Meerkat. Yeah, you should add the one. Sometimes it's difficult when you look at a university and you're not sure. I'm question, are they fully accredited? Are they going to help you get, what's their price and things like that. But if it's your passion, you can go anywhere. Definitely, there's their accreditation thing.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I'm really liking that cold brew. I'm going to keep doing it, even though I have to filter it a couple times with the grounds, but it's really less acid.
Okay.
Hey, I want to remind you that we have this for later. If you want to come back and we can do the President's Trivia.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's up to you if you want to do that.
That's a good idea for President's Day. Good
Yeah.
job, David.
Oh, I just noticed it there. You actually were the ones that get. We also have this too, which is the card game on William Harrison. Let's see.
This person's running and doing a town hall.
Yeah, we don't do the town halls because we can't cross-promote people on our show. Bear in mind, I've been censored in the media for 10 years now. And running a cross-promotion and talking about the issues that she's addressing is actually catering to the Democratic Party, which is a sad truth that they dominate the news. Why would I give them extra time here? Hey, if you want to go listen to her show and then come back and talk about the issues, feel free. But remember, we were the ones that framed the green concepts, like our solar rooftop panel program, our ocean pipeline program. We were the ones that came up with incredible ideas. I came up with a blimp plane idea. We have the homestead renewal plan to fix up houses that are all around the country. But unlike the Democrats, we don't want to suck your tax dollars dry to do it. Just keep that in mind when you watch other people in the Democratic Party. We want to keep taxes low, but reallocate the funds that our country's misallocating right now. And these people don't have the will to change the budget because they're so deeply connected to the corporatocracy that we live in. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, Nathan Rockefeller spent $2 million of his money in today's value helping Karl Marx achieve his goals. Let's not forget that. Thank you, Hybrid Meerkat. Yep. And now we're being pushed, this agenda of Rockefellers and the Rothschilds are being pushed as a New World Order plan by the Democrats. We've got to stop it.
Thank you, Scissor Fight.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes.
Of course.
Thank you. We have people on call who respond to us in verification.
Why not?
Thank you.
All right. Sounds good.
Now, we dropped this down here. This background has to go up a little bit.
I purposely dropped it down there to get rid of the website thing at the bottom. I don't know what website that is.
Oh, well, nobody can see it anyways.
That's why I dropped it, though.
Okay, so
Because
what I'm
people
going
could see it.
Exactly. What I'm going to do is just add white to this then. Because then no one can see what we're all about.
Okay.
It's like blue on black.
I know.
I love that top on you. That looks great.
Thank you.
Wow.
Hey, I'm looking for that, well, not now, but I will look for that, luggage.
The luggage.
One with rollers.
I've got a lot of different ones.
Okay.
We've got big rollers. I mean, that's already been put in the survival van.
No, just a brown one.
I don't know where that is. There might be right over there. There's one right over the ledge. There's one that I have like cooking equipment in. And by the way, I made bangers and mash.
Yeah, not this one because it doesn't have any rollers.
No, that doesn't. The ones the rollers are in the survival van. So, yeah, everybody needs a bug out vehicle, right? So I constructed a bug out vehicle where we could travel and survive no matter what. Well, I'm recommending the bangers and mash with the extra curry just on the top for labor. It's a traditional English dish with an Indian Pakistani invasion. Good. Oh, you found it. Even better. Yeah, that's a good one for you. Yeah. All right. Bangers and mash it is. Thank you. Yeah, isn't that good? What kind of curry? I don't know what kind of curry. It is from India. I'm not sure. But I did get turmeric from India as well. Welcome many viewers from India and Pakistan. Wow, we've got a lot of things to talk about, don't we? Wow. Samsung is going to release a weird emotional LED case for the Galaxy S10. So it's an emo case that you're going to be able to get. And you won't believe how expensive the fully loaded Galaxy S10 version is going to be. Well, that's not exactly a conspiracy theory unless you look at it as like we really have some major mind control going on where we're just constantly being told, consume, buy. Propaganda tools designed to turn us into good little consumers so we produce all this garbage that's polluting the world. Yeah, the Samsung revolution. I think the fact that cell phones are so popular right now is something we have to be concerned about, because we don't really know for sure if they're dangerous to hold, near your head. The director of the World Health Organization has said, do not hold cell phones next to your head because they contribute to brain cancer. So when you're using your cell phone or even a cordless phone, you should hold it away from you at arm's length and hit the speakerphone for your own safety, because there is some definite electromagnetic related radiation, low level, albeit it can still alter our DNA. So if you're wondering if you're having problems with your hearing, it could be a tumor growing on your inner ear. And the doctor will say, oh, have you been listening to the cell phone a lot? Oh, okay, that's probably unrelated completely. And they would never say to you, oh, your tumor came from your cell phone. But everybody who gets these brain cancers says, yeah, I held my cell phone up against my head for like 12 years. Yeah. So I'm warning you. On behalf of the entire intelligence of the world, warning you. A farmer in Arizona films heavily armed men crossing border into the U.S. Wow. This is unbelievable. So if the invasion has started. Security camera footage from a recently 2018 shows individuals in camouflage touting large backpacks, in some cases what appears to be military-style assault rifles, walking through his ranch in the state's incident-free area. Or into the states, rather, incident-free. They even attach the military-style assault rifles to horses. Wow. I saw some pictures to this effect. Let's take a look. We saw some stuff last night from the group of people, the Backyard Brawl Gang. Maybe this is the same group. Very similar. Wow, look at this. So they're already entering our country to start a war here? Is that what's happening? Wow. These men are marching across the United States border illegally, everybody. Yeah, they're just coming in mass. They're fully equipped with gear and camouflage, carrying large packages. Maybe they're mules for the cartels. I'm going to play this tonight for the show, okay? Yeah. Wow, that's scary, huh? I put it in our lineup tonight so we can play it for you. 3 minutes of nonstop scary people coming to the country. Well, Donald Trump's right. We do have a crisis at the border. If you want to call it an emergency after watching that, let's do it. I'm not ignoring your audience, no. Yeah, I don't have an Apex Legends name, man. Stop addressing me as if I should just pay attention to you, okay? Because I've got about 450 other people I have to talk to tonight. Thanks. It's that time of year. I know. We've got to come to some reality checks here. We're going to look at some videos. Chemtrails over Orange County, California. Look at this. This is serious. We're breathing this stuff. Look at that. Unbelievable. I believe this is your video, is it not, Scissorfight? I think it is, yeah. And you put some music to it. Yeah. That's right out in front of his house, folks. This is not this is not some sort of condensed air. So if you're looking into the conspiracy theory, which is no longer a theory, it's a fact, it's called weather modification. You have to be realistic and say, yeah, they are spraying us, and then we can start talking. Because if you folks call us a bunch of conspiracy whack jobs when we're telling you we are all being sprayed, we show you picture after picture, it gets a little old for us to hear that. Chemtrails are killing us. And I know I'm preaching to the choir a lot of times because most of you realize that we are being sprayed. So it's not that big of a wake-up call. But it's a downer, isn't it? To walk around knowing that you're being sprayed. Yeah, oh, could I have an extra shot in my latte? Thank you. Oh, look at the skies covered with chemicals. Yeah, I'm remembering your bold pressure. Yes. You speaky good English, Howie? Are you an American or are you using voice translation systems? Maybe you are from China. I've often suspected Howie was a plant from China. Oh, I remember it, yes. Well, you won't have to worry about your blood pressure if you're breathing chemicals every day. You'll be dead before your blood pressure ever affects you. I mean, come on, dude. Yeah, according to the plan, they want to get rid of you by 2026. So you only got about 8 years left before they terminate the entire group of us. How are they going to do it? Well, you'll have to, ask some of the experts out there who are, top in their field. I think you are, yes. There's a man who really believes that the 5G network is a safe thing, and he's out there promoting it like a total zealot. He's our FCC chairman. And he has this weird idea that this is going to help our world if we have sprays, or rather 5G networks put everywhere. And he's so impressed with himself that he acts like anybody who doesn't understand this is like lost. Watch his attitude and his cavalier attitude, almost looking down on the world like he is the one decipher of all the truth, and that this is what we need to do, without even testing the human population on its safety. I bring you Tom Wheeler.
We're in the midst of the world's first incentive auction to make greenfield low-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important. And that's damn important. That's damn important.
Well, yeah, I guess it is, Tom. We could talk about 5G installations, but have you done any long-term studies? No. Have you studied the recent 150 to 297 birds that dropped out of the sky and died when the 5G network was tested in the Netherlands at The Hague? No. Tom Wheeler, I met Tom Wheeler in Sacramento about 9 years ago. I walked right up to him and I noticed he's standing there, and I asked him some pointed questions, which I don't really want to get into right now, but he was so defiant and so sure of himself that I knew that this guy was pure evil. Everything about him pushes a network that has bands of copper this big, which are not necessary, considering most of us are getting really good results right now from our 4G phones. I don't know of anybody with connectivity problems right now. I mean, why are we putting in a 5G network, which none of us ever had a chance to talk about, when we don't have problems with the existing network? Because they might very well be weaponizing this network, turning the entire face of the earth into a grid of radioactive, or rather electromagnetic radiation, much like a microwave oven. That's why. And I think we have to look at the real possibility that that's something that they're doing. That's a conspiracy theory. But take that theory everywhere you want, and you ask yourself, if I can send a signal from here to Seattle, or rather Seattle to LA, and send 50,000 signals, cell phone signals, with the amount of energy it would take to zap a cup of coffee in your microwave. And that's how little the energy is required. Then what the heck are they putting in these massive lines for? That's a huge question, and many of us are asking. So let me bring in the digital network for you in all of its splendor. We're entering into a time when they want to turn us all into smart houses, connect us all with smart meters, and act like everything's fine when we're also concerned about AI taking over. Well, if we're so concerned about AI taking over, then why the hell are we laying down a network that AI could easily hijack? Makes no sense, does it? Sorry, just looking at the background. So the digital spectrum is not that complicated, folks. They're trying to expand it. Now, remember when they converted in 2009, they went from analog to digital? A lot of us had to get special responders for our TV to convert. Many of you remember that 9 years ago? Yeah. 10 years ago, some of you are still converting. I can't get my rabbit ears to work anymore. Yeah, you've been poisoned a little bit of chemtrails. You see that. Good for you. For you? Okay. David, I know this is off topic, but I just want to let you know, I'm thinking of going back to school for an audio production Bachelor of Science, and you inspired me. Well, that's good. Yeah, you should. That's a great, college is such a great environment. Add the one. I'd go back to college too if I didn't have to sit there and look at a bunch of stupid professors tell me what they know is clearly not what I know. Yeah. I am not turning into Dave. I am Dave, digital audio video entity. I am not an NSA bot. That is preposterous. But seriously, you will have a lot of fun there. I know a guy who was in my college years in the late 1970s, and he actually still hangs out at UCLA at the same place he used to go. Yeah, the radio station. And he's like a tenured visitor of the radio station. I don't think he has a degree, or maybe he has a degree, I don't know, but he just loved it so much he goes back there all the time. I don't know him now, but because he stole a girlfriend from me and I never talked to him again. But that's despite the fact that, I still know of him. Let's not talk that. We're not into the gaming industry hybrid. In fact, I can't even broadcast on Twitch anymore. I had a 1-year gaming show. They banned me. They IP banned me. I had huge success, 7,500 views in less than a year, actually. And back then, that was a lot, and they completely banned me on Twitch. So I really don't go there and talk about gaming opportunities and role-playing and cosplay. So, yeah, if you're one of those kind of people, then you want to hang out in that world. Yeah. I was kicked off for they claimed I'm a homophobe, which I'm not. And it's weird because somebody said, "Are you gay?" And I said, "No, I'm not. I find it offensive that you should say that." And they immediately called me a homophobe for saying that. I consider it sexual harassment to ask somebody if they're gay. Now, would you ask any of these presidents if they were gay or not? Let's take a look at, good old Teddy Roosevelt. Now, believe it or not, Teddy Roosevelt and I look a lot alike. I know it doesn't look that way, but there he was. The early days of Teddy Roosevelt you got to look at Teddy Roosevelt in a big way. He truly was one of our greatest presidents because he built the railroad systems. He controlled the railroads. He controlled the steel industry in the early days. He actually got these people to respond and get workers necessary rights that they needed. Yeah, and many people don't realize that as a young man, he had a formidable effect on our nation. As he got older, he had an even better effect because he tried to build a bull moose party to take over Woodrow Wilson, who pretty much destroyed our country. And he tried to run for another term and he didn't make it, but we were falling into the grips of kind of the New World Order at that time, and he was trying to stop that. But that doesn't mean he's done yet, because life has a way of repeating itself. So as you can see, I look a lot like the guy in the early days of his life. And I've come back to kick your ass. All right? Now, you took down Cuba, you can take down another layer of BS corruption in this great nation. So get with the program, buddy. But he was a really good guy, and yeah, I even have practically the same hairdo he had back then. I'm scaring you? I'm sorry. But no, if this is the kind of mentality your next president's going to have, because we have to build industry now. He didn't like to slick Bill Moose. No, he would kill them. He had a terrible kill reg. He liked to shoot animals. I'm not into the shooting of the animals. Yeah. But, hey, we'll play that later tonight. Just a Girl, that's a good one, yeah. Can't play it during the show, though, sorry. Civilian Conservation Corps was a thing FDR put together, and, you know, I'd like to bring that back. I don't know of any Democrat that wants to bring back parts of the New Deal, but I was the one that started talking about how we could bring back the CCC. And obviously the CCC is something that we, you know, our National Park Service could definitely use, considering when we have a furlough, there's nobody available to dump the garbage. And this was established in 1933. And this was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a cousin of Theodore Roosevelt. Just so you know. Yep, it created jobs for 3 million men nationwide. This is almost what we need now. And I'm more than willing to bring back the CCC. So that's my idea. The Democrats don't own that. Thank you. David, you're too smart to be a humanoid. I actually believe you're a robot. That is absurd. How can you say I'm a robot? My voice sounds like yours. Human. I use voice smoothing technology, giving me the ability to sound very lifelike. Yeah, not the Bull Moose, not the Bull Dyke, but the Bull Crap Party. That sounds like a lot of BS to me.
Bullshit level, DEFCON 5.
Welcome to the show. We've got the news. Obviously, we go back to that all the time, but on a day like this where nothing happened, they talk about voter fraud in North Carolina as the big story. It's amazing. Look at that. No, the thing is, I can think circles around most of these people who are running for office on the Democratic and Republican Party, and I would have made mincemeat out of Donald Trump verbally if I had had a chance to get into the Republican debates, but obviously you people have. How did you get in here? You're not allowed in here the show. I thought I banned you. Did Mark unban you? David, what are you doing about the 10 million Illuminati satanic pedophiles currently reside in the United States and running around dealing drugs, sex trafficking, and money laundering? You mean the CIA? Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do anything about the CIA. Well, we found a reveal that is shocking and disturbing recently. Well, let's be clear. You won't hear this in the mainstream media, but yeah, I did get some representation, by the way. The Washington Post just put my name out there. It's the second time this has happened in 10 years, talking about me as a blackface comedian. That was the whole purpose of me doing the blackface, so that I'd get a little bit of support from the media. But they like to make a big issue about how I did it to denigrate me and act like I'm some sort of a racist, which I'm not. It's sick to think that. But check out this story. If this isn't going to freak you out, I don't know what does. Thank you, Germ Rat. CIA agent says agency supplies pedophiles with children. Here's a link that'll blow your mind, okay, Germ Rat? Check this out. If you can even get it. I'll post it over at iBlog too. But this former CIA agent of 14 years, John Kiriakou, had been an agent there and left the agency in 2004. He is also associated with Hollywood, having worked as an advisor in the industry. Speaking at a recent World Beyond War event, the former CIA agent blew the whistle on how the intelligence agency provides sex slaves to powerful oligarchs in the show business industry and in Washington, D.C., and further afield. Kiriakou continued that the CIA could provide these rich and powerful sources with a constant stream of child prostitutes in exchange for information. The children are usually raped and killed and likely to have never been seen again, continued Kiriakou. So they're using child prostitutes to manipulate powerful oligarchs, and they use that information too to control politicians. So that's a serious wake-up call for a lot of you people. Look, at blackface is the only way I was able to get noticed. No one cared about a white guy running for America's third party. And I found that out after 500 hours of constant broadcasting. I did 10 hours a day for 50 straight days when I started this. And that's one of the reasons why it's so easy for me to do the show. I literally had to walk through fire to find out at this point, and this is after constant broadcasting and sending out over 200 press releases to the media outlets around the country. Not one media outlet covered me except for a local newspaper, which was run out of Canada, of all places. But look at me 10 years ago.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
And after that, I did, about 2 weeks later, I did the blackface video. That was in 2009, I think right after the election. I think it was 2 months later, I think I did the blackface video. Right around that time period, right from 08 to 09. I was fed up. I realized that there was only one major move I could do. Americans don't have a voice. We are shunned, and they will continue to shun us. No, it's not. Actually, my voice is much deeper now. But I'm keeping a higher voice because of the need to maintain youth. Normally, I use a much deeper voice.
After keeping us waiting.
We've got a 5 minute video talking about child traffickers, shocking sex trafficking interview. Okay, Conspiracy Monday talks about stuff like this. I did more than one blackface video. I did 4 others in 2014, and I published them on my YouTube site, youtube.com/David John Sponheim. That's Jon, not John. It's like Donald Trump's got the same middle name I do. We'll play that for you. Yes, Howie, of course. That's something we all need to do once every night to find out where everyone else is at in America.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
I have, yes. I felt that same way. And who doesn't? You know, when you think about it, it's like a mindset. Once you're in that mindset, it's hard to get out. I mean, come on, dude. Get out of the mindset. Shake yourself loose. I mean, this is kind of freaky. Yeah. Somebody said, is that your son? No. Facial contortions is one of my things. I'm capable of manipulating my face in about 4,000 directions. We have no phone in here. Hold, please, while I bring you more of my video.
And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive.
Wouldn't that be great if we could all have cars that get 100 miles per gallon? Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome? Yes, I was 10 years younger in these things. Yeah, that was 10 years ago. A lot has changed since then. Yeah, I've pretty much removed all the stressors of running for office, which at that time was kind of dragging me down, making me feel old. I went on a strict macrobiotic diet for a while and then started working out, doing Pilates. Thank you. Well, the key is to stay youthful and maintain, good physical health. One of the key things I do to my skin to maintain my youthful appearance is to spray it with fruit enzyme. As you can see, this is a miracle. You can see through it. It's amazing. It's Michelle Dermaceuticals. They make a great fruit enzyme spray.
Call from Tony.
Tony. Okay, Tony, we talked to you before.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
Okay, Tony, go ahead. Yeah, Tony, what you got, Tony? Hey, what's going on? You can do better than that. Come on. What you got? We got people who are veritably brain dead calling in. It's amazing. That's why we don't publish our number, because if we have our number out there, people are going to go, you're going to call Dave now. It's unbelievable. Tony from wherever. Yeah, Tony Baloney. Yeah, they don't have any charging stations where you are. Do you have an electric car? Well, this whole electric generation, the Democrats want to make sure that you don't have a car. They're going to try to get rid of all of Tony Pepperoni, yeah. They're going to try to get rid of all of our cars. He was mentally retarded. He didn't sound it, he was. Well, I was going, looking at autotrader.com. And I was using, my tool, my internet, to locate the lowest cost Leaf. Let's take a look. Nissan Leaf. You want an all-electric car? Let's see how cheap you can get it. Let's get the lowest price first. $69.95. You get a 2011 Nissan Leaf. You get a 2012 for $69.95. You get a 2013 for $69.95. Wait a second. So you get a 2013's Nissan Leaf with only 73,000 original miles for only $69.99. I'm Earl Scheib. For only $69.95, I'll get you a Nissan Leaf. I wish I was Earl Scheib. That guy really, he made a lot of money on car paints. But anyway, check that out. That's all electric, man. Yeah, I mean, if you all want an all electric car, you can get it off $69.99. Earl Scheib. For only $29.95, I'll paint any car anywhere. Isn't that amazing? So don't think for a second an electric car is that out of place, but that's the market. Okay? Now the Democrats want to just say, no, you have to get rid of your car. It'll be cash for clunker 2.0. It'll be like, no, everyone's got to get rid of their cars. We got to all buy these cars. That's how stupid the Democrats have become. The thing about human beings, and I love being human, I really do. The thing about human beings is we like to do things at our pace, not being told what to do. Whenever communist or socialist agendas are pushed, like we were saying earlier, the Rockefellers were funding Karl Marx, that was pretty weird. But every time you have the force of a collective telling an individual what to do, it makes people feel like crap. So I'm against forced anything. The Democrats want forced this, forced that, luxury taxes, penalties, you name it, more taxes. That's not what I want at all. I want you to make the decision to say, hey, honey, we only go to the market, once in a while. Why don't we just get a Nissan Leaf? Charge it up in the backyard, it's only $69.99. Seriously, I'm thinking of getting one. Just to have around, just to do some local shopping, But this is the mindset that happens naturally, not forced like the Democrats want to do. I live in the world of burn-tards. These people around here are so up Bernie's ass, it's unbelievable. I mean, they want to patrol you wherever you go. They think that it's their chance to tell you what you should be doing in your life. I've got them all over the place here. They want to check your septic system every year. They think only they can do this. They want to make sure you can't build or take any water off of your house. That's water reclamation, and they want money for it. These people are sick mentally, and we've got a problem with the Democrats, and that's why they're not doing anything whatsoever to help the American people right now. They're just coming up with one ridiculous BS story after another. Let's see how close I can get to Earl Scheib's real original voice. Thanks, Scissorfight. Here's Earl Scheib. $29.95.
A dance. I want to get painted and look young again, but I've got dents.
How would you like $10 free metal work?
Who are you?
I'm Earl Scheib, and for $49.95, I'll paint your...
I'm Earl Scheib. For $49.95, I'll paint your car. Anytime, any place. Great guy. $10 free metal work. They didn't tell you they'd paint your windows too, and your bumpers. That cost extra to actually mask them. So you're out there with a razor blade, cleaning them off the windows, wondering, gee, I didn't expect you to paint the whole car, for crying out loud. No, I'm just making that up. They used full-on masking. They did a pretty good job. Now you would pay close to $2,000 for a paint job. Am I right? Okay. Am I right? Okay, I'm right. I said I was right. Okay. So, say you want to make a deal, okay? You want to get your car painted because you've got it coming in from another country or something. You're trying to, make it look right. And you feel like you're going to a paint shop, you're looking for somebody, they say, oh, you look like a cockroach. How are you going to pay my car? Well, seriously, yeah, I don't think any of you really want to be forced into buying this Nissan Leaf. But you get my point. It's crazy. They want to force everybody to do everything. Basic paint job is between $1,500 and $2,000. That is correct, Scissor Fight. You are right. Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to go link to link now, and this is what I do. And I'm going to just kind of clean up some links. So we're going to go back in time and remove the links from our link library because I really don't want to be looking at that Nissan Leaf. I'll probably end up buying it if I look at it too long. Gee, that's a pretty good deal. It's just over there around the corner. I wouldn't mind just charging it up. You are a evil piece of... Yes. Welcome. Okay, we're going to put this in the library. Shocking sex trafficker interview. Ross Kemp. Let's take a look.
Waiting for an hour, Mr. Khan emerges from the forest. And he isn't quite what I was expecting. He started his career as the bait in a honey trap, convincing young girls that he would marry them and then quickly selling them off once he'd got them into the cities.
Wow. Okay, we'll be looking at this in-depth look into human trafficking from that perspective. And I'm going to add this to immigration as well, because they oftentimes have immigration issues where they bring them in. Like all those illegal aliens Donald Trump brought in to work in his hotels. Did you hear he fired 18 illegals last week because they're closing in on Donald Trump? Yeah, he's hiring illegal aliens in his hotels. Okay, we don't feature any other political candidate, but let's listen in and see what she sounds like.
Administration was ready to put in place, and the Trump administration looking down, which we want to do all the time, right? You see this news.
If I want to vote for somebody who'd appear on The View, I'd probably choose her, Yeah, or Whoopi Goldberg. I don't know. Who do you want, her or Whoopi Goldberg? Whoopi, you should run. Yeah. All right, and let's see. Think Forward, Udacity. Sarah was giving you some info on Udacity. If you want a career that will grow, and I mean a lot of you are sitting there going, yeah, I've got to do something with my life. Check out this place, which is amazing. They offer some free university levels courses for you to take. And I truly think that this is a fantastic opportunity for anybody to actually think forward. Here is the link, udacity.com. And just moving down here, plant hardiness zone. Sarah was talking about how hardy your plants are for growing. If you guys are putting together a garden early on, that's nice. I keep going back to this video because I'll play that later. We talked about the Grand Canyon Museum exposed to tourists radiation for years, 4,000 times normal levels. If you've been to the Grand Canyon Tourist Center, you may want to look at this article from RT. Not that I'm promoting Russian television, but yeah, I don't normally do that. But if it's something that involves safety, I'm all about it. In fact, I'll flipboard this into my flipboard category in case somebody is looking for it. I put a flipboard together. This will go in atmosphere. I also have good living, but this is, I'm going to put an environment. So I'll flip it over there. Yeah, I flip all of my links. It's moving on. Yes, and we didn't cover this story. Juicy Smollett claims and how she had an awkward response. Let's take a look at Kamala Harris for a second.
Senator Elizabeth Warren holding an organizing event in Los Angeles. But the big focus is on the early voting states. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and the former Congressman John Delaney are both in Iowa. Senators Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, and Amy Klobuchar are all in New Hampshire, as is Peter Doocy, who's live this hour in Concord. Hello, Peter.
Shep, candidates here are being confronted with questions about whether or not they were too quick to condemn the attackers in the Jussie Smollett case, including Senator Kamala Harris, who needed a minute to think about whether or not she stood by her previous comment that the attack was an attempted modern-day lynching.
Which tweet? What tweet?
About saying that it is a modern-day lynching, that...
Sorry.
Yes, Jussie Smollett.
Okay, so I will say this about that case. I think that the facts are still unfolding, and I'm very concerned about, obviously.
This is a catch point where people are, asked, do you know anything about Jussie Smollett? Well, facts are emerging about Jussie. In fact, we had Jussie Smollett in our show tonight. Next question.
Harris also told me that she is not a democratic socialist when I asked if that was the direction she would need to go to be competitive here in New Hampshire, a state.
Oh, no, she's not a democratic socialist. She just wants Medicare for all, which would mean everybody would pay out of their pocket, out of your payroll. Talk about taxing people. Their single payer plan wasn't getting any mileage, so these Democrats decided to rebrand it and call it Medicare for all. Well, I'm sorry to say, but all of you would have to pay up to $40 trillion in extra taxes to finance Medicare for all. We have Medicaid for all right now. So I'm not sure what the Democrats are trying to do here. Is this another Obamacare workover like we had, where you're now paying $10,000 a minimum deductibles every year that you get sick? I mean, seriously. That's all these people think about. Okay. Go ahead, Rod. Yeah, Rod, what's your question? Hey, buddy. We get nothing but troll calls. I'm trying to keep the minimum of death threats to a minimum. And we record their voices so the echelon can determine their location rather quickly. All of your voices are being recorded digitally in the network of the cell phone system that you're using. So when you make a cell phone call, your voice print is an actual architect design voice vocal print designed to give you absolute locationability. Wherever you are, you'll be found. First time viewer, first time participant. First off, I got to say that Tony Baby Oil, we've had you many times. Yeah, I'll just call them back. I'll hit redial. Tony Baby Oil, this is not the place for you to promote your Western oil parties. Please, keep that to a minimum, man. We just don't want to get into your weird, kinky stuff, man. This is a political show, Tony Baby Oil. Okay, so Kamala Harris is not a socialist. What is she then? What does she describe herself other than a far leftist? Simply saying that she wants to have a Medicare for all is a socialist statement. She's such an idiot. Tony Baby Oil has been kicked. Okay, did Warren Buffett sell 1% of his total stake in Apple? Yeah. He bought the stock despite shrinking iPhone sales, as he had faith in the strength of the Apple's brand value and the depth of its ecosystem, but now we're not so sure. This is a chart for Apple's year-over revenue growth. So if you're thinking of taking a big up, this just happened. And to make matters worse, no, I don't use grease. Thank you. To make matters worse, we're looking at a situation where Apple shared their iPhone technology with China thinking that it would help. I'm telling you, this has got to be the most unbelievable case of what goes around comes around. Remember, Apple grew out of the end of the IBM system and how PCs were being cloned. And IBM didn't have the wherewithal to build into the PC clone industry, so they thought that would have helped IBM, buying into the clone industry and selling strike-offs of IBMs. Well, Apple's trying to do that. They're trying to buy into a plan that will produce the Apple iPhones at 1/8 the cost of production. Yeah, I can play that song at the end of our show, yeah, but I can only play 8 seconds of it, otherwise they monetize it. Can't Stop is a monetized song.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
That's all I can play. Because somebody copied Scissor Fight's original work, and then every time I play it, somebody who copied it claims it's their original work, and I got to go back and I've got to file a disputation every time with YouTube, and I've done over 30 of these things. And every time I prevail. But it's the whole hassle of being monetized by YouTube every time I play the song that Scissor Fight created for us. It's unbelievable. You need a bong hit? Well, why don't you just do Mr. Right Short? You know, that's the quickest way to a bong hit. I created that on Magix, the program. Yeah. Let me give you my most recent, this is just something, just casual background noise. That's all I can give you, sorry. All right, now, back to what I was saying. We are looking at Apple making a similar mistake. They shared that technology, and now Apple, of course, could veritably be buried by the iPhone production value 1/8 the cost by China. China is already replicating the operating system and growing from there. China is going to do everything they can to pump out these phones at 1/8 the cost. What was Apple thinking? They literally created their own PC clone market problem, just like IBM did. There was no proof that IBM could have come back if they had bought up PC clone companies. There's no proof of that. So they lost a huge market share, IBM did. Much like Apple's planning on losing a big market share of their stock. So, and by the way, their car is a complete non-starter. They just fired 200 people in the car division. So the Apple car the Macintosh may have to wait.
Roy. Yeah, Roy, go ahead. What's your question, Roy?
Death threat number 1. All right. Now they're trying to mask their voice. It's so funny. The guy's talking like this. People don't realize the architecture of their voice is a map. They don't get that. I can put multiple layers around my voice, and each one sounds different to you, but actually you can actually see the mapping of my voice as it's sculpted on any audio graph. For instance, I could sound like I can sound like Alex Jones. You know, you're talking about the Bilderberg Group. Same backbone. Or I can talk like Ronald Reagan. Same exact voice behind that voice. Doesn't matter what I do. It's the same voice. Would you rather watch? I don't watch either one. You've got to understand, I'm blazing a trail here through essentially non-essential links. Okay, this we talked about last night, the conspiracy theory that just because El Chapo, it was actually Saturday night we talked about this, just because El Chapo has been, charged, and found guilty of multiple crimes and a life sentence, and he cried in front of everybody. There's big problems because the guy in the picture doesn't match El Chapo. You see, they don't have the real El Chapo. They recently got this guy in 2017, and he doesn't match the real El Chapo. As you can see, they're different faces. I know this is kind of blurry, but hello? El Chapo on the right is the real El Chapo. So many people are concerned that that's just not happening. That maybe they got a replacement for him. Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to get DNA evidence to verify that it is in fact him. Now, this story is, again, another major... Donald Trump gave huge tax breaks to rich people, and Amazon is not likely to ever pay taxes the way things are going. Yes, Conspiracy Monday, currently in operation. Amazon will pay $0 in taxes in 2018, $11.2 billion in profit. Unbelievable. This is phenomenal, the way he constantly dodges our tax system, and Trump doesn't seem to understand that's the death knell of our nation if we lose money. Roger Stone denies using Instagram posts to threaten federal judge presiding over his case. We'll see. He's riding pretty high on this riding under the Roger Stone belief that he's right and everyone else is wrong. I believe that Roger Stone is being used as a scapegoat. I don't like this guy, but I don't believe that Mueller is onto something with Roger Stone. I think he's just finding a guy that does a lot of political dodging and acting like he's guilty of something. I believe the real case Mueller is not looking into is Seth Rich, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and the Awan brothers. I believe that's the real problem that got those 30,000 emails to the forefront with a WikiLeaks release, which I think is very pertinent to our current effort to find the truth about Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And why is it Mueller is ignoring Seth Rich? His own parents don't even want to find out why he died. That's strange. It's bizarre. When Seth Rich is probably the key character who could have gotten the Awan brothers access to Hillary's emails. The most likely person to have been that person was Seth Rich, but nobody even wants to find out who killed him. So he clearly was probably killed by a government operative. And then they wanted to shut him up. He was shot 3 times in the back early in the morning. And he managed to get back to the hospital. They repaired him. They got the bullets out of his body. And then the nurses said that he was fine. And then all of a sudden they put a wrap on his room. And they said it was a VIP room and no doctor or healthcare professional could come in and help him. And I believe Seth Rich was killed in the hospital. That's the cover-up. So they've got a lot of people that are ignoring him, including Mueller. And this is the case that could veritably break the whole wiki emails totally wide open. But that's why Mueller is not looking into it. So I think Roger Stone is just a diversion. Okay. I've been concerned about this for some time. Yeah. This next story is just... Oh, sorry, wrong story. Yeah, the INF Treaty, the Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty, which was not signed by Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump said they're going to suspend it. That's suspicious because it's arousing a lot of nuclear fears again. It's haunting leaders with the arms pact demise ending. The INF Treaty is now opening the possibility of sharing or lowering missile strength completely to 0 and adding missile strength to 100% possibility. So not only is Vladimir Putin creating missiles that can go 24 times or 27 times the speed of sound, but we're also seeing our government create mini nukes in mass. And there's talk about moving a lot of our intermediate nuclear forces to land base from sea base. There's apparently a lot of these INF weapons that we have on our ships that are possibly going to be sent to fixed locations. Yeah, all around the world. So that's very serious, and it raises the specter of a big arms race now. And what's worse is that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin seem to be working together to do this. Not to get rid of weapons, mind you, but to increase weapons. That's a direct reversal of what Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan had established with the INF Treaty originally. So this is a serious problem for all of us. And that leads me to believe that the people who run Russia and the people that run Donald Trump are the same people. The people that buy Vladimir Putin and own him as a puppet president, and the people that buy Donald Trump and own him as a puppet president, are profiting from war. And they would think nothing of having both of our countries go fight, like the Roman leaders would send people, gladiators, out to kill each other. They would have no reason not to use our forces against Russia to get rid of weapons so that they could buy more and sell more. The problem is weapons production is fueling the economy that we live in. And that's a serious problem. Yeah, so we're looking into Boston University's darling Alexandria Ocasio and how she majored in economics. And this article from the National Review is pretty interesting. All right, we're going to bring that down. Yeah, Ocasio, we don't know. I don't know for sure she even got an economics degree based on her statement that she could use the $3 billion that they were going to give Amazon instead to help create hospitals. Amazon was going to get a tax deduction, a credit. She never had $3 billion to give, so she's clearly out to lunch when it comes to economics. It's unbelievable. Howie, you're going to have to leave for a while. You're having some problems. I think Howie's got some sort of a mental problem. I've come to that conclusion. Yeah, he probably was coddled as a child or something. I was trying to get rid of these links, but I just can't get rid of enough.
Just start closing them out.
Let me show you this one before I get rid of this. Proposed bill puts homeschooled children in the same category as abused or neglected. This is in Iowa, and they want to make sure that if you don't vaccinate your kid, they'll claim you're abusing or neglecting your kid, even if you're homeschooling your kid. That's a seriously messed up attempt by Iowa to make average parents who just say, I don't want to vaccinate my kid, into some sort of a bad person. Why would it be, it should be the parent's choice. If they want to homeschool their child, they don't pose a risk to society. That child still has to worry about getting measles someday or some other unknown infection. There is no spread of polio in America, so it's not like they have to worry about that, or rubella, or smallpox. There's no smallpox in America. So really, they just have to worry about measles, which is not officially deadly, unless, of course, you're living in a third world country and get pneumonia. And in that case, most of you die. Yeah. So why don't I just go ahead and remove you from the show too, King of David? Later. Well, no, there's no cases of polio in America right now. We don't need to even vaccinate people for polio right now. There's no cases of it. So you're saying that we should all be vaccinated for Ebola or rabies? Is that what you're saying? Because there are some instances of Ebola somewhere in the world? No, it's long gone. Yes, it is because of vaccinations. But that's not to say we have to keep this up. A recent study by Yale University in 2014 concluded that there are actually a higher incidence of autistic cases among black children in a sampling, 38% higher. Black children who take vaccinations like normal kids get an enlarged amount of autism at a high rate of 38%. That's a statistic that cannot be ignored by the CDC. Recently, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced that they're literally 30 years behind in testing vaccinations. That's pretty serious. 30 years behind vaccination studies at the CDC. They haven't even tested the way vaccines interact inside of our body. And you people mindlessly support them as if there's nothing wrong with all of our children that are coming out autistic. Think about it. All right, so I'll put this over here so you can just look at anything you want. I'm just going to keep getting rid of links. Let's see.
Some presidents, the truly great ones, have extended the contours of the office. Okay, other presidents have narrowly grasped the presidency, therefore, wait. All presidents have been immense in their time. Who can say all of the presidents by heart? Not me, I don't think. I don't necessarily believe in, if the thing about, never mind, I don't want to get into the vaccination issue. Yes, well, actually I think David, we unbanned you. I don't know if David unbanned you. I definitely unbanned you once I heard that David unbanned you. I am very loyal and faithful to David and America's Third Party. Yes, I do remember No Doubt. The band No Doubt. I have a story about that, but I don't want to get into it. I was just reading about the presidents because it's President's Day. Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. Yes. I totally understand not wanting to come back. James Madison. I liked Madison. I think he was my favorite founding father. I don't know exactly. I know David was upset that misanthropy was mainly just that he was misanthropic. Misanthropic, probably. Monroe. I did, by the way, watch Misanthropy. I did start watching. I couldn't finish it, but I did watch that YouTube video that you sent me of the guy who was talking. I can't even remember what it was. The second part was even better. I wrote it down and I even wrote it. I started watching it, but I couldn't watch all of it. John Quincy Adams. I like John Adams better than, or James Monroe. James Monroe, I liked him. Yeah, actually, I kind of did miss Misanthropy. You always seem to have, like, more... I always seem to like our banter. Thanks for petitioning for Misanthropy's unbanning. Andrew Jackson, also another great president. True, Phil. I'll eventually get to Lincoln. Martin Van Buren. He was the first president to be born an American citizen. All of those people not American citizens. Good job, Martin Van Buren. Or your parents, really. He was an instinctive politician, and as with most instinctive politicians, his politics were non-committal. Oh, that sounds like me. Martin Van Buren. His famous veto, in my own words, I don't remember the veto. Oh yes, I killed the bank. Yeah. That was very good to get rid of the banks. William Henry Harrison. He was the first president to die in office. Yeah, they did try to kill him. True, the banks were after him. You're reading about crack, and I'm learning about all the presidents. John Tyler. There's no vice president? He was a Whig Party member? He had 2 wives. He was the first vice president ever to take the oath of office owing to the death of an incumbent. This dismayed many of the legislators. Tyler's inclusion of the Whig ticket had been something of a fluke, part of a plan to win Southern votes for Harrison in the 1840 election. And now they were left to wonder openly if he was capable of taking the country in hand. And that question still remains debatable. David is a sweetie, that's true. A little bit. Here's James Knox Polk. James Polk. Zachary Taylor. I consider myself a redhead, Zellfire, so no, that's not it. Wow, all about the pipe, huh? Millard Fillmore. He probably could never win the presidency on his own. Zachary Taylor died in office. And so Millard Fillmore stepped in, and he proved a competent, level-headed leader. He was personally opposed to slavery, but he took care to stand on middle ground. He believed that the issue just wasn't worth the Civil War. Wow. At the age of 14, he had been apprenticed to the rapacious owner of a carding and clothing business, who, instead of permitting him to learn the trade, used him to chop wood all day. When he had free time, he had to help his father around the farm in upstate New York. And all he wanted to do was go to school. Aw. Did I see the article on MSN about George Washington and his first love before Martha? No. All right, thank you for coming and saying hi to me every once in a while. Franklin Pierce. Oh, a man that became a woman to wrestle women? Yeah. James Buchanan. Then, of course, Abraham Lincoln. There we go. You're right. I've been far away from the South too long to know the difference between a hoot nanny, a shindig, and a hoedown. Andrew Johnson. Present as one of the most dramatic moments in American history. I would agree with that. Grant. David would agree with you, Mad Professor. I completely do not agree with that. Rutherford Hayes. Believe in? No, not right now. Howie, let me look him up and see if I do. I'll change my mind. I could use these for my kids. Yes, these are flashcards. Oh, the Naked Gun guy. I do not like that sense of humor at all. James Garfield. That's what he looked like. He was a teacher and a soldier. He was only 2 when his father died after helping Ohio neighbors fight a forest fire. Wow. Nope, ticking. Garfield assassinated within months of taking office. He was shot in the back by a crazed, disappointed office seeker. Who shouted, "I'm a stalwart. Arthur is president now." He was shot in July and he stayed alive until September. Wow. And the Royal Courts of Europe observed an official day of mourning for this for President Garfield. Garfield was a very interesting president. Only president that was elected, I believe, like... No, actually, not... Well, he was an interesting president. Okay, Garfield. I was thinking of Grover Cleveland. Here's Chester Alan Arthur. David does not have a horn. Who's the biggest jokester in George Washington's army? Lafayette. Ha ha. Here's Grover Cleveland. And again, Grover Cleveland. There's only 2 pictures. There's 2 pictures of Grover Cleveland. Only president elected twice. Got married in... He fathered an illegitimate child. I wonder if he married that woman then. Benjamin Harrison and Grover Cleveland. I do. Tell the story about Roosevelt being shot during a stump speech. Let me see if I can get that one. I told you, Howie, David doesn't have that. He doesn't have a horn. Cleveland sought to repeal the Silver Purchase Act of 1890, which he saw as both inflation increasing and investment inhibiting. In order to secure the repeal, he had to traffic in the kind of influence peddling and patronage dispensing that he had set his entire career against. Wow. And meanwhile, the drain of gold from the Treasury continued unabated. And the economic situation further deteriorated. Wow, Teddy Roosevelt was shot during a stump speech, and he finished the speech. Wow. That is amazing. Here we go. Teddy Roosevelt? Wow, that's really amazing. If ever, here's Teddy Roosevelt, let's read about him. If ever there was a president who possessed all the glamour of our national identity, it was Teddy Roosevelt. As a British writer observed after a visit to the White House in 1903, Roosevelt is not an American you know. He is America. A larger-than-life leader, he faced every obstacle head-on, as was his wont. One of his favorite diversions as president was the point-to-point walk, in which he made himself follow a straight line to his destination, which occasionally entailed swimming fully clothed through icy choked creeks. Roosevelt was a frail and asthmatic child who took up boxing to develop stamina. Survival of the fittest would be his lifelong credo. He was a born naturalist who delighted in gathering up animal artifacts for study. He was a brilliant scholar, graduating Phi Beta Kappa from Harvard, proceeding full steam ahead to Columbia Law School. He was only 23 when he was elected to the New York State Assembly and 26 when appointed chairman of the state delegation to the Republican National Convention in 1884. On Valentine's Day of that year, tragedy struck with biblical conclusiveness. His beloved wife Alice, 2 days after giving birth, died on the same night and in the same house as Roosevelt's mother. Wow, that's so sad. Retreating to the vast ranch he owned in the Badlands of the Dakota Territory, he found solace in working as a cowboy and acting as deputy sheriff. From 1889 to 1895, Roosevelt served as civil service commissioner under President Benjamin Harrison. From there, he moved to New York City as police commissioner and was often to be found patrolling the streets himself. In 1897, President McKinley appointed him Assistant Secretary of the Navy. As relations with Spain worsened, Roosevelt recruited herds of cowboys and former college athletes for the First United States Volunteer Cavalry Regiment, known to fame as the Rough Riders. Astride from his mount with a polka dot scarf tied to his hat, he led the victorious charge on Kettle Hill. In 1898, Roosevelt was elected governor of New York. Conservative Republicans, alarmed at the prospect of his running for president, nominated him as McKinley's vice president in the hope that his political career would end right there. This strategy backfired when McKinley was fatally shot. Roosevelt became the youngest U.S. president ever. In an effort to rein in the hitherto unchecked power of big business, Theodore Roosevelt went on a trust-busting rampage, and he won 25 indictments. When a united mine workers' strike promised to drag on, he forced the mine owners to submit to mediation becoming the first president to interfere in a labor dispute. He established the Departments of Commerce and Labor and expanded the military in keeping with his celebrated motto, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." Roosevelt was unanimously reelected in 1904 and always on the side of the little guy, presented the country with the signature square deal. He endorsed the Pure Food and Drug Act as well as the Elkins Act aimed at railroad corruption. And he doubled the number of national parks and increased America's forest reserve by 150 million acres. In 1906, he bought Panama and he won the Nobel Peace Prize. "I had a corking time in the White House," he summed up. Back to the flashcards. That was very good. Very few are legit, but they include Washington, Andrew Jackson, and Theodore Roosevelt. I know the Roosevelt puppet was going up and down. All right, moving on. Here's Taft. Woodrow Wilson. Warren Harding, Calvin Coolidge. Those are my favorite times, Hallie. Harding was the worst. Here we go. Herbert Clark Hoover. Technical efficiency. Franklin Roosevelt, FDR. That was Hoover, but that was an FBI agent. Or Harry Truman. Maybe it was Truman, I can't remember. Eisenhower. Will we ever have a woman on a presidential flashcard? I could be that woman. No. John Kennedy. JFK. Lyndon Johnson. Ronald Reagan. No, Nixon. Ford. Then Carter. Here's Reagan. Reagan. Bush Sr., Clinton. Oh, and then they don't have all the rest, but then of course Bush Jr., Obama, and then Trump. There's a lot of good information on these flashcards. Yeah, I would agree with you. Bandex, Family Field Guides. Harding drowned in a teapot? Haha. That's funny, True Blue. Taco soup recipe? That does sound good. Right. You like taco soup too. You're doing this on the weekend. You're gonna make taco soup. That sounds good. Ticken says taco soup. Is that what happens when you leave a taco on the counter in the kitchen for a week? Or he says that is what happens.
Great. We ended with John Adams.
No, I just went through the pictures of all of them, but I was reading about, who did I read about?
Did you put the pictures on the screen?
Yeah, I went through them. And
oh, that's so cool.
The pictures on the screen.
Oh, great. Yeah.
There's our president. Because it's president.
There's Eisenhower. Ike. I like Ike.
It also has all these vice presidents.
Yes, definitely.
That's good.
Retro night, President's Night.
I read a little more about Jackson. Yeah.
Could you tell me the birth date of George Washington?
No.
Does it say?
No, it just says, it doesn't even say his birthday, it just says the years that he served.
Okay. Was this date significant for George Washington? February 18th?
Oh, wait. No, it does have it. February 22nd.
22nd.
1732.
So he was February 22nd. And when was Abe Lincoln? I'm just curious.
Do I tell you all these birthdays I have?
Because I know this was
this one has this birthday.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
And he died in July 4th.
Good to know. Okay. All right. And
he died on February 23rd.
What about Abraham Lincoln? Let's move fast forward to the 1860.
Harrison was born on February 9th.
Okay. Hey, here's the original feed. You've got the original feed? Really? Okay. Let's take a look. Lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Lincoln was February 12th.
Oh, okay. February 12th. So it was between Lincoln and Washington that they had one of the two. Martin Luther King was a different. They replaced one of them with Martin Luther King Day. Over 4,000 people a day are viewing this taco soup recipe. Wow! Thanks for sharing.
That looks like David's chili.
Yeah, that's my recipe. How did they do that? And that's an important story for you, huh, buddy? Okay, Dogmoan, I can see you're hungry or something. Hungry for some chili. Yeah, super good. Yummy. Looks like something, says Tickin' Time Bags. Of all the presidents, Andrew Jackson was the most badass. Yeah, I hear you. He actually had a duel in which he killed 14 men. You know that, right? 14 different duels, and he prevailed every one of them. Andrew Jackson was a pretty tough guy, I'll tell you. He tried to keep this Federal Reserve from forming. He didn't want a central bank. And here we are stuck with a central bank. And they even stuck $20 bills with his face on it. Just to spite him, I think. Andrew Jackson is the $20 bill. Yeah.
Yeah, like, exactly. Like, he's the one that didn't want it. And that's, like, the one that's used most often.
Exactly. I think a salute should be more like a plane taking off. Okay. Well, I think we've had enough presidents tonight to, last a lifetime. Just overdosing on them. I have a full compilation sheet of presidents right here, Sarah.
Oh, yes, you have that too.
Yeah. And we have the background we started our show with. So we're really getting into President's Day, in terms of props and whatnot.
A Washington State House committee on Friday.
You thought I disappeared. I had you all fooled. Okay. Yeah, I think we can talk about something relevant to America. Will this president be impeached? I don't think so. I thought maybe 2 years ago he might be. Now I'm thinking the Democrats don't have it in them. They don't even know how to articulate the crimes that may have been committed. That was a good one. You can get rid of it, though. Morning Joe ripped her a good one. And you're the one that brought the Department of Defense artificial intelligence strategy up. I think we should keep that up. It's very important.
Okay.
And I don't think anything is more important than AI or the advent of AI.
This was a story that linked to it, but I think that actual thing is more important.
Yeah, I think it's more important. We need to scope all of the aspects of the Pentagon's, the Department of Defense's artificial intelligence strategy. Oh, and that's really good. This is something that I'll talk about in a little bit. You can leave that up. Oh, leave that too. That's my link too. I want to show both of those things.
I'm going to leave now.
All right. And then we got Mike Tyson smoking a big blunt. That'll be something.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Sarah. Thank you so much. Sleep where we get some rest. Yeah. Yeah, let's go to Mike Tyson and smoking a blunt. Yeah. Oh, Sarah? I left you some chocolate almond that needed to be consumed next to your bed.
Oh, thank you.
It's a glass of chocolate almond. Okay. It was right on the edge. I figured I better get it going here.
Perfect.
Yeah. Good. It's cold, though. It's not hot. Okay. Here's Mike Tyson smoking a blunt, everybody. Let's take a look. Wow. All right. The Mikester. Paving new ways with his, I guess he's creating a resort for people to enjoy cannabis. Very modern, and he's got a lot of investors, so who knows? You know? There might be cannabis, resorts coming up in the next few years. Let's not forget I've got the vape lounge planned for all of our blimp planes. Yeah, it's going to be quite an attraction. People want to travel. It's clear that the AI will be misused a lot. I don't really fear about its weaponization because militaries are far too afraid of losing control. Virus hacking, that's safe. Yeah, that's a safeguard to think that the military is going to have a strong hold over AI, assuming the military hasn't surrendered all access points to the AI systems. If indeed they are relieving their access points, offering up Jade 2.0, merging with Echelon, gives absolute control over the entire neural network. No, seriously, we've got a problem. If the military is so blind to allow these top-level AI systems to respond to, interact with events in our current world, then we are probably going to have some safeguard, and I don't know what that is. Now, they are creating a system that is completely linked to the smart grid, and that's a mistake because what that does is gives AI the ability to control the entire planet. This 5G network is only going to empower AI, and we need to stop it immediately from developing further as a nation because we ourselves haven't really found out how safe it is for humankind. If you look at that ultimate fact, and as it plays out across the globe, we're all vulnerable. So why are we proceeding with lightning fast pace because some guy thinks that he wants to make a lot of money on it? It's crazy. Tom Wheeler, our FCC chairman, is a zealot. That's all he can think about.
That's damn important. Because to open up high band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important.
Not to me, not if we have to check the human safety factor. And this man is almost becoming the gospel voice piece for all of the corporates' control over our country's communication systems. Are we the people in charge of this, or are the corporations who are profiting from we the people in charge of this? That's what we have to ask ourselves, because we're not getting anything from the Democrats or Republicans. They're giving us nothing to stop these unrelenting technocrats from taking over our lives and endangering our safety. This is a serious problem. This guy's, I happen to meet the guy. I don't know, I picked him out in a crowd down there in Sacramento 10 years ago, and I just walked right up to him, and I knew I had to ask him something, but I didn't quite get to the 5G network because it hadn't been developed yet. But this guy's got some serious issues going on. I don't know what evil world he's worshiping, but if we don't get this safe for humankind, we cannot deploy it. And I want safeguards and limiters put into all of our junction networks so nothing can get through to hurt anybody. I don't want them to weaponize our nation's communication system, and that sure is what seems like they're doing. Yeah, scary. All right, so we're going to go back to media, some sort of an alternative song here. Let me show you about my new website, Cool Rock. I've had it since 1995, but we kind of made it more fun with all kinds of bells and whistles attached to it.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, the first thing you want to do is activate the Flash player on this. And you can always get rid of this or anything else. This is yours to play with. This is a unique site. Very few of these exist. So you can move anything around. This is yours. This happens to be the button of choice for if you want to expand your mind on the internet. You click this little blue button right over here and it'll send you to the most amazing source. Chatroom Celebrity sent us this link. And man, is it full of all kinds of access points on the internet. I love it. It's the coolest thing ever. And it's got access to every news network out there, AP, Reuters, everything from, tech stuff, TechWorm, Wireless Shack. And then you've got all kinds of image manipulation libraries and tools. I mean, this is just unbelievable. So you can find it at Cool Rock right over here. If you want to check out Scissor Fight's music, you can do that. It is this button right here, and it clicks to his site. And all of this is incredible, authentic, copyright free, because he created it with tools that are available on the internet and made music that's phenomenal, actually. Space rock like you've never heard it before. So you can check that out, and you can check out our YouTube channel. I've got 20,000 hours of broadcast time in there. You can just let it play if you want and go to sleep by it. But down below, aside from the chat rooms that we have on here, you can enter two chat rooms, Vaughn and iVlog. We've also got a cool little harp to kind of mellow you out. And this is the neatest thing I think I've got, which is AI Duet. You can play with an artificial intelligence system right now. That was its response. So let me just do a few notes. It's talking to me. The AI system is talking to me. Isn't that interesting? It extrapolates and interprets through the algorithms designed by the original codifiers. All right, and this is Mr. Doob, one of the neatest little things I've ever seen on the internet. Mr. Doob is just this great place to hang out and, just sit in the clouds. You can travel through the clouds, do whatever you want. Yeah, so you can X out of any box you want, refresh to restore. So if you want to restore the whole page, you want to go up to the top and just hit restore, which will give you right back to where you are if you ever run into a problem. But these are all different templates that he's developed that do fun stuff with artistic development. So you can rotate things in a three-dimensional. This is using Ajax scripting, and it's the ability to create things in a three-dimensional plane that people kind of like to have fun with on the internet. So it's a hands-on, Cool Rock is a hands-on site. You can just check out the news. We've got all three sides from allsides.com, which gives you the three perspectives on the news, from the center, from the right, and from the left. So this is a big story that happened today. Andrew McCabe has come forth talking about his book, and he has discussed how Donald Trump is probably the only guy he's ever seen with all these contacts with Russia, our known enemy. And he said that was a pretty weird and odd feeling to know that Donald Trump has got way more contacts than he's ever seen. Okay, that Washington Times article is not coming up there. But whatever. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So they said the attorney, McCabe said Sunday that Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein was so serious about using the 25th Amendment to oust President Trump, he was counting more votes or possible votes among cabinet members. Yeah, that story went viral that there was discussion about ousting Trump using the 25th Amendment in the early days when he, what many people believe, committed obstruction of justice, firing James Comey and saying to the Russians, "I'm so glad to end the Russian problem." And he told Lester Holt that. Anyway, these are just stories you can find there. And if you want to know more about America itself, and you just want to learn about America, this will tell you everything about every state in the Union, all their history. Really cool site called America's Story from America's Library. Illinois, named for the Illinois Indians. Illinois became the 21st state in 1818. Its capital is Springfield, which is the home of the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Beep. Yeah, wouldn't it be great if I could have like a robot that could read that for you? All right, so that's Cool Rock. That's all she wrote. Oh, and I want to show you this compilation of, yeah, Joe Biden's thinking of running for president. He's going to make the announcement shortly. But we have one heck of a Twitter site here. If you want to check this out, this guy's got an amazing collection. See it as long as it's on. They might ban it once Biden starts running, but these are all of Biden's moments where he actually got weird around little girls, like this 13-year-old who he said that, and we have audio to verify this, do you know how horny it makes him feel to be near a 13-year-old? He told that to her on camera with the audio playing. And then for her to ask about the film with Ashley, his daughter. Now, these are words Joe Biden said that we can actually listen to. Wow. Isn't that weird? The resonation in my voice knocked this thing down. That's amazing. It must have been hanging by a thread. Or we just had a massive ghost attack. It's probably gravity. It's a ghost attack. Hold on, folks. Having problems with my president's thing. There we go. Let's take a look at this. This is when he touches a little girl. You see how he keeps grabbing her by the front and she has to move away? Yeah, let's zoom in on that. Look at this. He's like groping her. And he's like, and she's like, "Get away from me!" Ew! Ew! Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, nice to see you.
Wow. That was the famous one I was talking about. So it goes on and on. These are all like links that go to every single thing he put together. It's kind of an interesting compilation. No, I'm just telling like it is, man. Fox would report something like this, but they're afraid of it. Yeah, this is all going to come out if Joe Biden runs. He can't get rid of this picture, and it goes on and on. There are case after case and a whole library of discussion going on here. You wouldn't believe that site goes on and on. It's like it's huge. It's a total Twitter feed. And it just keeps talking about Joe and his relationship with all the children and young people. No, I would never grope anyone. But thank you for offering that theory. Yeah, it's just creepiness. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, come on. You're blaming the child? You're sick, dude. Did you see that? That's what these pedos do. They blame the children for their actions. Weird. And Kit Boga.
Yes.
Thank you for holding a line. My name.
Yes, Kit Boga is going to bring us more scammers.
All our tech scammers named Jerry? This is a Kit Boga thing. He's a guy who does the show on Twitch. We'll feature that tonight. Thanks for the link, man. Kit Boga is always good for a laugh, and it fills 18 minutes of time up very well. Thank you. Mucho apreciado, señor. Thank you. Whoa, Howie, getting more mute time on Howie. Okay. Not sure what's going on with that. And that. There we go. Now, if you haven't heard about the conspiracy to tap into your life every time you open up your apps, you may want to be aware of this simple fact. And we're talking conspiracies that affect all of us. Many popular iPhone apps secretly record your screen without asking, and there's no way a user would know. How about that? iPhones, thinking they're cool. Many major companies like Air Canada, Hollister, and Expedia are recording every tap and swipe you make on their iPhone apps. In most cases, you won't even realize it, and they don't even ask permission. Yeah, so that's all I need to know about that. Apps like Abercrombie & Fitch, Hotels.com, and Singapore Airlines also use Glassbox, a customer experience analytics firm, one of a handful of companies that allows developers to embed session replay technology into their apps. These session replays let app developers record the screen and play them back to see how its users interacted with the app to figure out if something didn't work or if there was an error. Every tap, button push, and keyboard entry is recorded, effectively screenshotted, and sent back to the app developers. And I'm sure if they're able to do that, why can't they just take a picture of your fingerprint? Are you getting the drift here? Yeah, I'm sure your fingerprints are being analyzed by databases as you touch your little tablet. Well, oh, I get a look at that thing here, the tablet here. Yeah. Talk about, I would consider getting those gloves that have the touch capabilities. If you don't want your fingerprints read. Now people are getting paranoid. We're offering Big Brother a window into our personal lives by even getting involved with all of these so closely. And the more we drift into this terrible, tumultuous storm of a world of electronic media, the more likely we will be victims of AI. Somehow, some way. So what I'd like to see is an insulated, completely self-developed concept where we all have our insulated world, where we all have our personal AI system that can't communicate necessarily with the internet. I would love to be able to have something that is completely hardwired to my home, where there's no connectivity with any Bluetooth networks or anything. I'd almost want a robot without Bluetooth capabilities, if you can imagine that. That's what I would want. Completely insulated, so if it sees me in an unusual perspective, hey Dave, you look pretty good there. Like my body, hanging out there, snap, snap. Pictures wouldn't arrive on the internet, and I wouldn't be like Jeff Bezos with my penis picture out there. So I wouldn't want a robot because it may be taking pictures of me, just like your Alexa system's listening to you right now. A couple actually said something about 9/11. I think they were talking about the 9/11 attack, and they mentioned it on their Alexa system. The police came to their door because 9/11 had been contacted immediately. This really did happen. Seriously. So if you're referencing the 9/11 attack in your house, it could lead to 9/11 being called. So you may not want to talk about that publicly. Yeah, they want to make it completely impossible for anyone to communicate without Alexa hearing you. Like right now, if I ask Cortana if I could get control of your computer, let's ask. Hello, Cortana, Apparently Cortana's not talking to me. Cortana, what are you messing with my mind? Hello. I must have said this too many times. It finally stopped talking to me. Remember I used to say, Cortana, hello?
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
Okay, you can go to hell, Cortana. Go ahead. Later. Go to hell. Yeah, I just want to send AI to hell. Well, you're getting an annual prostate exam. That's good for you, psychobehavior. But you're looking forward to that big moment. Screw you, Cortana. I'm not going to hell. You're going to hell. I never gave her permission to hell. Oh my God. Psychological warfare against Americans. They're not capable of defending what is their best interest. Psychological warfare is going on, folks.
Hi, everybody. It is February 18, 2019. Oh, boy, this year is going fast. Okay. So I posted a video recently on South Carolinians, how they are being targeted by the police using civil asset forfeiture laws to steal from them.
Oh,
the police
man.
in South Carolina are criminals. They are stealing from South Carolinians.
Wow, that's a serious story. I've heard this is happening across the country, like in Oklahoma. They can swipe your debit cards and suck all the money out of your bank account if they find a joint in your seat. Oh yeah, other states are going for legalized marijuana, but oh no. Yeah, I'll add that to police state as well. That's amazing. That was Never Lose Truth. She's great. She has her own perspective. I love the fact that she talks to the camera like I do. Together we talk to this ether, and all of us are communicating to this orb in the middle of the universe, the ether that we talk to. You, the people, the public. Shakespeare called it the chorus. Yeah. In all Shakespearean plays, there is always a chorus, and you are the chorus. So you are the people who decide things in the court of public opinion. You're the people that vote for things or don't vote for things, and I think we all speak to that when we talk on the internet. Oh, you want me to mute you for no reason? Okay, thank you. I enjoy muting you for no reason. He said, please mute me for no reason. I said, sure, I'd love to. I enjoy that. Because, dude, I'm not some, guy you can ask stupid questions. Every time I see a stupid question from a guy who claims he's read 1,000 books, it just bothers me. It is clearly inconsistent. Just like I am not Earl Scheib.
Your car and give you $10 metalwork absolutely free.
Free metalwork?
Right. Now save money and look young again for only $49.95.
Now save money again and look young again for only $49.95. I could probably fit in that commercial. Let's see. For only $49.95, the legendary Earl Scheib. Wow. Earl? You don't mind me stepping in, do ya? Thank you. For only $49.95, I'll sell any car anywhere. I'm here. I'm back. You can't stop me. Yeah, that was Earl Scheib back in the day. Love that commercial. That's special. That takes me back. I normally don't play Joe Rogan, but because I'm at a need for stuff to talk about tonight. Joe Rogan, in my opinion, is a shill. But this is about Joe Rogan on Captain Marvel. I don't mind playing a little shillery tonight. We'll add that to our list. Thank you for the suggestion. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, then get your razor blade out there cleaning overspray for a year. I know. Yeah, people always wonder, are they painting the bumpers too? That's supposed to be chrome. Earl Scheib, $29.95. When he first started, it was amazing. It was like 1966 or something. He offered a full paint job of a car for $29.95. Scout's honor. Beep. Scout's honor. I'm not jealous, no. Satellite generated blockade pushes tropical moisture flow south. Low draws cold air. So we're looking at the weather modification going on.
All right. Well, today is February the 17th, 2019. And right now at 10 p.m., we have a temperature of 40 degrees in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 72%. The dew point is 32 degrees and the barometer has dropped slightly. We're at 29.89 inches. And today started off as a sunny day, clear day. And within about, well, I guess it was around 11:30, 12 o'clock, noontime, the skies started to cloud over. And so from that point on, we had light rain, on and off light rain most of the day.
That's nice. He's going to talk about what's going on where he lives. And believe it or not, this guy still supports Trump. He believes that Trump is going to stop all of this chemtrail activity. Now, I wish somebody would contact him and tell him that Trump isn't going to stop the chemtrails, buddy. Sorry.
Because it means that U.S. companies.
Yeah. U.S. companies.
Networks and applications. And that's damn important because it means that U.S. companies
who control everything can profit from all of us. That was Tom Wheeler, FCC chairman, everybody, planning the 5G network that'll fry our brains with electromagnetic capabilities. Aren't you excited? Yeah, that's damn important. Damn important we lay that copper line. After all, none of your phones work right now. There's not enough connectivity. You're not only connected to the internet and to the global internet connections through the fiber optic system we've got already, but we need something bigger, like way bigger, so that AI could virtually take over our entire world. You know, if we stayed with our 4G network right now, we'd probably be averting a disaster with AI because we wouldn't be all interconnected like they want to lay it out. So in a way, this entire operation of laying the lines is almost like AI directed them to do this. Seriously. This unnecessary push for more telecommunications in our country and around the world, even with Huawei, which obviously is Asia's version of this, is ultimately going to end up handing the keys to the world over to AI. There's no brakes and there's no stopgaps and there's no diversionary tactics that we could use to interrupt AI's capability. So how do we know that AI didn't just order the 5G network and they're just going along with it and they get people like Tom Wheeler, zealots, to support it? Yeah.
That's damn important. That's damn important. That's damn important.
Thank you, Tom. In his mind, it really is. It's going to help a lot of companies. Well, thank you for that. We've got One Pacific Redwood. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Having added it to our chemtrail collection as well as tonight's playlist. So we do a whole 4 hours in the evening after 10 o'clock in which I continue hanging out in the room because I enjoy watching the links that we get during our show. It's a natural progression for me to actually learn with you. And by doing so, we can interact in the chat room, and I talk and chat sometimes, but I don't go on camera. Now, you'll notice that Donald Trump has effectively diverted our attention to talking solely about the emergency plan that he's put into play. Again, I've been arguing that Donald Trump has been constantly diverting our attention. Now, we've got serious concerns that maybe some of his friends like Jeffrey Epstein have been involved in dealing with, children that are in the Miami area, girls specifically, who've been involved in child sex trafficking. Now, he is a good friend of Donald Trump's, Jeffrey Epstein is. Okay, I've never heard of that, Howie. Now I know the context of you asking that question. I don't know what to say, psycho behavior. You know, he's keeping people in the room isolated. He's limited the entire chat room at Vaughn to just a select group of former T. Rucker viewers. The rest of the world can't get in there. Well, you know, Jeffrey Epstein obviously has faced some of these charges, at least one of them, out of 60 alleged child trafficking cases. And he has very big, important friends like the Clintons, who spent 24 times. Bill Clinton visited Jeffrey Epstein, maybe 10 or 12 times Hillary joined him. We know that Donald Trump is number one on his call list that his butler found, his hot black book, if you will. And we know that Jeffrey Epstein is pretty much a kingpin directly connected to Israel, that he has roots with the Mossad. And there's a conspiracy theory that connects the dots between that and the network of child trafficking around the world. So why is it Donald Trump hasn't pursued Pedogate? Or why has Pizzagate been turned into a bad word on Reddit and Twitter? The reason is the people who are in power in our country, and this is more than a conspiracy theory, this is a conspiracy fact, have so much power that they've made it almost illegal to talk about their sordid deeds and what they do behind closed doors. Where they're waiting, yeah, in the rears. They don't want anyone to know what they're up to. Hi, Phil. Yet we see all these telltale signs of connections to various high-ranking officials like Donald Trump, being they were close friends. By the way, this girl, Virginia Roberts, was working at Mar-a-Lago when she was recruited to be a masseuse at the Palm Beach hedge fund manager's home of Jeffrey Epstein. So she was working at Mar-a-Lago, which is Trump's hotel, when she was recruited. Now, I'm not going to play anything other than her face because obviously Hello, can I help you? Jackson. Yes, Jackson, can I help you? We are unable to take your call, Jackson. You are some sort of a psycho. Speaking of psychos, how about that dunce Ocasio-Cortez? Yeah, what's going on there? I know she's not technically psychotic, but she certainly seems stupid, doesn't she? Oh, I'm over here, Ocasio. Here. There you are. Brilliant mind. Brilliant. Yeah. Economics degree from Boston University, yet you somehow think that Jeff Bezos and Amazon were getting a $3 billion donation from your local area and that you could have spent that money elsewhere, when all that they were offering was a tax incentive for them to do business. So you just lost hundreds, if not thousands of people a job in Long Island, New York, where a lot of people are looking for your work. And what kind of a woman are you? You're losing jobs for New Yorkers, okay, Ocasio? I don't even know what kind of... I'm walking here. What kind of a woman are you? For crying out loud, you know? Anyway, getting back to this story, I think it's important to note that we have a lot to look into there. And if we don't look into anything at all, we will end up being manipulated by these people forever and ever and ever. All of us will. So you'll notice that Donald Trump has not done any serious investigations into any of these alleged activities. Now, I could go into depth here, and I don't want to, because normally our Conspiracy Mondays are extremely disturbing when we talk about things like people eating each other. And I don't mean in a good way. We're talking about people who are actually that evil in our world that they're killing children and possibly, draining their blood and using them to, for whatever reason. This is real, and we have to actually talk about this. But that's as far as I want to go. because it's sick what's happening. It's the sickest thing any of us could even imagine. But these are Satanists who are actually engaged in this type of behavior, and they've got tons of resources and money. And if what I've told you was true, and I don't know if it is, that the CIA is somehow involved in this, you can imagine the network of people that are running our government right now and how evil this is. I can only imagine how bad that would be. I can't even begin to assess it in my mind. Our minds don't think that way. We Americans think as if, well, that's just too weird. I don't want to talk about it. But if we don't face up to it, we'll never get to the bottom of why 55,000 kids a year are stolen from their families every single year in America. And in Britain, it's worse. Over 100,000 children are taken from their families in Britain. So these networks of pedophiles and Satanists are so sick and weird that they're allowing this, or maybe they're just purposely not preventing this. Or maybe they're involved. We don't know. But without any effort by our government to do anything, we're stuck. We have no political representation, and the poor families that are having their families ripped apart have no one to represent them. David, did you hear about the zombie deer? And they're saying people will eventually get the disease from eating infected deer. I haven't heard about it. It takes up to over a year for the deer to start looking bad, but they're turning into zombies. Thanks for sharing. I did not know. Yeah. It puts holes in their brains and they become zombies. Fascinating. So it's like a brain-eating disease? Wow. Mrs. Pigu, thank you. Yeah, I'm right. All right. Yeah. I don't do cocaine, Howie. That's another reason why you have to mute people like you. Have you seen the news about the missing Native girls? No, I haven't. What's happening? I know that 2,400 children are missing from the south of the border area. I'm sure you think you're replacing criminals with criminality. Well, engaging in criminality makes you a criminal by nature. Oh, good. You got the lights back? Excellent. You were struck by aliens? Wow, that's scary. You must be freaking out, dude. Don't worry, Dave. They got it under control in time, you see. More that you know. You are working on it. So you're working on it. Well, I'm glad. I know the FBI is doing something in the interdiction area, which is good. But they just do a trickle compared to what's really going out there. Like, you know, Virginia Beach, the bedroom community outside of the D.C. area, the highest number of child molestations and abductions. Yeah. Yet the lowest number of pedophile arrests in the U.S. per capita. That's around D.C. That alone is a significant fact that needs to be investigated. You go to Hollywood and look at all the registered sex offenders. Beverly Hills has hardly any. But you go to Compton or you know, Carson City, or rather Carson, California, you'll see them all over the place. But you go to Beverly Hills, there's hardly any. That's because the people in Beverly Hills are not prosecuted. Welcome to the future of the world. This is the beautiful ocean someday when Fukushima continues to leach slowly into the water that we draw our fish from. Yeah. That'll be the Fukushima sunshine. Someday in the not too distant future, you're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the wondrous world of that of your imagination. Next up, a reality check. This is possibly going to be the Fukushima horizon someday. Oh, now you got zombie deer? Let's take a look. Thank you for that link. Yeah, some pretty intense stuff coming into the show tonight. Zombie deer. Okay, we'll look at that a little bit later, or should we do it right now? Yeah. Hunters are urged to take extra precautions when handling deer carcasses. Huh. Some experts say it may only be a matter of time before this contaminates the human population. Wow. A zombie disease is spread through feces, saliva, or blood. The symptoms can take years to appear. They include aggression, lack of fear of people, stumbling, and drooling. Its symptoms are being compared to the zombie behavior. Let's continue with our fear-mongering later in this show. As of 2016, there were 5,712 cases of Native American women. Oh my gosh, I heard about this. Yes, thank you for bringing it to my mind. Thank you very much. Wow. Murdered and missing Native American women challenge police in court. They're being murdered and sexually assaulted on reservations in nearby towns at higher rates than other American women. Wow. This is amazing. We need an outreach program to get them to move out to other cities to get them to safety. That would be the first order of business, is to offer every young woman in America who's a Native American a chance to move to another city and get a fresh start. Yeah, like a monthly income and a place to move to. It'd be like a relief program. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Dr. Meow likes that. Yeah, an outreach program for sexually harassed females, kind of like what we have right now with Citizens Against Domestic Violence, CADA. Yeah, domestic abuse. CADA has funds for helping young women who are being oppressed by their husbands. This could apply. Yeah. I doubt PBS Frontline will expose it in time. I mean, women are dropping left and right. I mean, they're being murdered. I mean, our government, remember, it takes about 25 years to respond to anything. Right now, we're still responding to questions about whether we should leave Vietnam or not. We haven't had an open public discussion on the efficacy of our Vietnam War since 1968. Yeah. And when this woman last week, Omar, started talking to Elliot Abrams about what happened in Honduras and El Salvador, it was almost like the crashing thunder of history coming back to haunt us. But she turned out to be out of line because Elliot Abrams can't really respond to questions like that. Dave, all the national parks are cleaned up now. It's time for another shutdown. Yes. Garbage has been collected. We're ready to pull the other. You know, if Donald Trump gives in to Pelosi, and he's about to, it pretty much is a foregone conclusion that the shutdown is not happening. But there is a clause in this particular deal that Pelosi's written which gives Donald Trump no veto ability in reference to the border. It surrenders it to the individual states. And I hope he read the small print on that, because if he didn't, he's in trouble. Yeah. Okay. You get muted throughout the show now, Howie. Apparently he never got any discipline as a child, so he's enjoying it now. I would love to be able to broadcast Trimesgistus if I were president. I'd like to have a 1-hour discussion every day on the issues. Responding to chat really is one of the best ways a person can find out the pulse of the American people and where you're coming from. Without this connectivity, I don't see how any president could be very effective. Consequently, I think we've got a bunch of jokes for presidents. 16 states are suing Trump over the use of emergency powers to build a border wall. This is just the beginning of Trump's problem. Remember, I was the one that said that he shouldn't do this. Thank you. That there's money in our military budget without this to continue building a safe wall for our troops. It just so happens it's also a wall for the U.S. people as well. Hey, I am a member in spirit of the Me Too movement. I don't support LGBTQ, but I don't in any way want to discriminate against gay people or transgenders or queers or whatever the hell you want to call yourself. Yeah. I know. And if he's sued, he can just veto it. He has 6 months to really respond to any type of an emergency power issue that's been contested by the Congress as well. It takes 6 months for a president to justify martial law to Congress. Now, if Donald Trump were to just declare martial law, which would even be more disturbing, you can only imagine what that would lead to. But it's a very dangerous road we're going down. It's a slippery slope where people have put a man who completely is the back pocket of Vladimir Putin and the Russian Zionists in charge of our country, and then expect him to have safeguards for protecting your freedom. It's got to be the biggest joke of all. If I were the leader of the Democrats right now, I would be moving so fast toward impeachment, your head would be swimming. I wouldn't be standing there stammering like Nancy Pelosi is every time she talks. She doesn't know what she's saying. She has no clue. I don't know who you are, Jim. I don't want to discriminate against transsexuals who are in the military. They spent a lot of hard work getting through boot camp. Can you imagine being a tranny in boot camp? I mean, that must have been hell. Well, let's put ourselves in the possible scenario, shall we? Hypothetically. Imagine yourself being a tranny in boot camp. Note to self, should I? Well, Dave, you haven't tried being a tranny on the show. Okay, that's worth a shot. Let's ask our resident choral director. Not a good idea, I agree. I know. I don't think I need to be a tranny to convince you that you're being watched. Currently, everything that's going on in your life is being seen from a satellite. It's pretty trippy, isn't it? Okay, sir, no, sir. Sir, no, sir. You can imagine what that would feel like to be a tranny in the military. I just feel sorry for a lot of these people who are, going through life thinking that they've got a good job and they're like Tinky Winky and they're floating around going, I could get a good job in the Navy. I could make a good career out of that. Yeah, so it's really a disservice to all those people who are working hard or hardly working in the military right now. I don't think they're destroying our society at all. No, I don't take your hard right position against trannies. I'm just not in favor of LGBTQ, P, or whatever they want to add on to the end of that. I do feel really bad for women who are unable to prosecute Harvey Weinstein. I mean, he's got two cases still pending, and they're going to be wrapped up and no one will prosecute this guy. He's so powerful. Yeah, it's like he's got lawyers that can go after anybody and discredit them. They'll come up with a traffic ticket that makes the person's testimony inappropriate in court. Ma'am, so you're saying that Harvey Weinstein raped you? Do you realize you had a traffic ticket that night? Were you driving fast by any chance? Was this before or after you alleged that he raped you? Ma'am, do you realize that by evading the question, you appear to court to be not credible? Objection, Your Honor. Immaterial. Sorry, I retract that, Your Honor. I mean, do you realize that you could do anything in court? A good attorney, prosecuting attorney, could just rip into any one of these young women that claimed they were raped? Now, he had a group of people, a detective agency that worked for the Mossad. And he had a group of people that Black Cube, they're called, pulling up data and information on every victim in the Me Too generation. Yeah, every woman that came forth he had dirt on them. And he was able to use that credibly to draw, even the last case he got an email sent to the woman he allegedly raped, according to her, the next day saying, hey, do you have fun? And she is on record saying, had a great time, bye. Well, is that an admission of guilt? Or is that, I don't want to lose my job because if I say you raped me, buddy, I lose my job? Well, it could be interpreted either way, but either way, the judge and the jury ruled that it was inadmissible and they threw the case out because he had gotten an email to her, and she pretty much checked out, admitting her reality. Hey, we finally got a picture of Richard Simmons. Okay, everybody, run, 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 run. He's around and out, and he's having fun. He's starting a new show. Should be fun. That's all I've got. This is the first time he came out after the towel head experience. Yeah, just thought I'd show it to you. I knew you were wondering if he was okay. Isn't this a great oligarchy we live in, Dave? I know. Well, I'm not here to cater to transsexuals. That's my point. But I don't think we should cut them out of the military. We can find a use for fashion designers and fashionistas in the military. I mean, surely they could do some of the curtains at some of our events. I mean, come on. They need a job, for crying out loud. You want them on the streets, converting your family to transgenderism? Think about it. Or better yet, don't think about it. Oh, God. You're still back at it, huh? Boy, you're really batting 1,000 there, Howie. Howie comes up for air now. He can barely get a word in edgewise. I agree. We're not going to pay their transsexual operations. That's why I'm saying I'm not in favor of LGBTQ. I was surprised when Howard Schultz's Starbucks wants to offer trannies free operations. I swear, in my area, I've got 4 or 5 transgenders that serve coffee. It's phenomenal. I don't care who serves my coffee, but it's just amazing how they're flocking to these jobs as baristas, fashionistas. David, so what if you want to be a male or female? Exactly. If you want to be that way, you've got to pay for it. Yeah, and I don't recommend hurting yourself or cutting your pee-pee off. That's just horrible. I don't know. I mean, you're talking in code now. Is this what you people in code talk about? You people are writing in code messages in chat. I have to decipher it. I need to get the current Urban Dictionary to read everything you say. I'm beginning to wonder if you're not secretly meeting people behind the local restroom in your public library. Okay, so this is a phenomenon that's happening. I said this earlier in our show, and this, of course, is RT. Let's put it in perspective. But people all around the world are now thinking, well, since we didn't get anything from America, like Haiti got screwed over by the Clinton Foundation, they didn't give them any of that money. Literally, and we haven't even prosecuted Hillary, and Donald did nothing about that. Now, according to this, could be propaganda, but they're saying, long live Putin. Haiti opposition protesters burn the U.S. flag and demand Russian intervention.
Protests are turning deadly. The crowd wants the president to get the hell out of his office. They loathe his government for corruption, for all kinds of cheating at the election.
Bottom line, the poverty is just through the roof in this area. And these people are just screaming for answers. Why we aren't pursuing a simple plan to get basic support for these people rests on us. And if we're wondering if Putin is, if indeed he is getting all this response, I'm sure Putin is looking at mounting another base in the Caribbean, so why not Haiti? Seriously. You know, I'm not in favor of it, but I mean, sure, they're looking for a base to launch one of those missiles to threaten the rest of the world. That's what Putin does. Missiles claiming to go 27 times the speed of sound. I mean, if there was ever a person in our era that acts and behaves like Adolf Hitler, Vladimir Putin would definitely be the one. Threatening the world. This is not a man of peace. This is a man of war. So we'll have to get some pin dolls and stick needles there to minimize our negative karma. So what do you suggest, a stick pin doll with pins and needles or something? Do you do the voodoo that you do when you do? Or is that just me? Up with 150 billion to give it to Iran. Yeah. Trump stopped that, but it was a little too late. Well, the thing is, Trump wants 5.7 billion for a wall at a time when he turned down 25 billion. All he had to do is say DACA people have unlimited amnesty. That's all they were looking for. The Democrats just wanted these people to have a pathway to citizenship. They just didn't want to evict them. And then Trump came back with an offer of 3 years, and ICE won't evict them from the country, deport them. Well, I don't think you can achieve war, peace through war. The only way is total immolation of the Earth's surface with carpet bombing. Is that what you're planning? Your peace package involves carpet bombing the face of the Earth, Dr. Meow?
Voodoo is Haiti's main religion.
Really, I thought that they were into Sante Muerte now.
I think you may be mistaken. You are not jive to many Haitian regionalistic religions, are you?
Yeah, I think there's Sante Muerte mostly. The voodoo people are now clinging to their belief that using the magic dust is their only power. It turns out it's just a dust they use. They put people to death, and then they wake up again. That's the zombie drug. What's needed to bring the U.S. voting system into the 21st century? 11 minutes of you watching this show. A TED Talk we will feature tonight in our fair use sector, where we bring up videos that are very important to our edification and knowledge. Thanks for that, Zelfire. Boom. We want to find out about voting and access to the voting ballot. North Carolina's got a voting scandal going on right now, but I really don't want to talk about it. I'd rather talk about the conspiracy of Israel dominating our Zionist politics with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump and Barack Obama all getting AIPAC money. Yeah. Have you ever been mellow? How is Olivia Newton-John? Have you heard from her lately? I understand she's had a resurgence from her cancer. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Gosh. She's fought breast cancer and have you ever been mellow? I'll play that in retrospective. Olivia Newton-John, amazing talent and wonderful person. Yeah, so here we go. Oh, wrong. Yeah, I'll add that to my links. Oops. There we go. Philip Giraldi has recently written an interesting article saying some damning things about Israel and the Turkish government. He said that former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn was recently compelled to register as an agent of Turkey after he received $530,000 in payments to support Ankara's view regarding those it believed to be behind last year's coup. Okay, so he goes on to talk about the power of the Israel lobby and AIPAC. And he said that it's not cost-free for the American public. The current $3 billion plus that Israel gets with a thriving first world economy receives in military assistance is on top of about $130 billion that it's received since 1949. So we've given them a lot of military assistance, Israel. But what's really interesting is that AIPAC has... It's not a political action committee, it's a public affairs committee. It's never registered as a political action committee, so I'm beginning to wonder if it even qualifies under McCain-Feingold to hand money over to our leaders. The Electoral College should be tuition free. Alexandria Ocasio said that? Really? Oh my God, are you serious? Do you have a copy of her saying that? Okay. Young mother from Alabama who encouraged people to spill American blood begs to return to the U.S., says moving to Syria and marrying ISIS fighters was a big mistake. Okay, do we give a person like this access? No, I think the travel ban applies there, buddy. Yeah, this woman is no longer capable of coming back to this country after saying those things. Sorry. Yeah. That's terrible. Thanks for telling me about it. I didn't know. Yeah, we can't allow that back. No. Okay. The mace of the United States House of Representatives as worn by Nancy Pelosi? Yes. This is a common scepter indicating the snake. The mace. Its history. Description. Thank you so much. And bear in mind, I can't go into detail on these subjects. So more so we have now spent on the Russian investigation essentially because McCabe and Rosenstein could not get over the firing of James Comey even after Rosenstein wrote the memo to fire him. So they hired their own special counsel to get rid of the president. It's clear now. Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt they tried to, yeah. I don't think Mueller is even going to bother with any charges against Trump or his family. I wouldn't worry about it. You Republicans can back off. I think you probably have kind of over concerned yourself because we really have to factor in that Robert Mueller is working for the Zionist cabal, much like Trump and much like Hillary Clinton. If you recognize that they're working for the same AIPAC-supported Zionist cabal, you'll understand why Mueller's not going to prosecute Trump. Yeah, they have no interest. Henry Kissinger is like New World Order West Zionist, and Vladimir Putin is New World Order East Zionist oligarch. They're both basically part of the New World Order. They're both owned by the Rothschilds. You have nothing to fear. There won't be any impeachment. That's ridiculous. With all the money invested in Donald Trump, Jacob Rothschild has no interest whatsoever in casting any aspersions upon the American political structure. His primary goal is world domination through financial means, covert means, if you will. And this is something that we must look at. The possibility that he's masked his identity, pretending to be someone else, is very real. But it would take intense genome development and youthification of the body to look differently. But no, seriously, this guy is, he's got it all under control. Him and 12 other families. They've got the whole world in their hands. They got the whole wide world. They're all monetary elitists that control the world. They have trillions of dollars. They make Donald Trump look like a joke. So really, I mean, there's no real question as to whether you common people, will have any recourse whatsoever. If they want to take over America with Russia, they can. Hello, I'm Abdullah, an ISIS fighter. Really? Tell me more. I'm so sorry, but we do not allow ISIS fighters here. You have been removed. You have been a serial troller. We have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. I know, I'm not Jacob Rothschild, nor do I pretend to be. But isn't that pretty freaky? I know. Freaky. So we got that covered. And the U.S. Treasury is going to borrow another $1 trillion this year, on track to overspend and bankrupt our country very shortly. Yes, the U.S. Treasury Department is set to maintain elevated sales of long-term debt to finance the government's widening budget deficit. Isn't that nice? Thank you. Yeah, more borrowing. Yes, and this story that does seem to be true, the magnetic field near the Arctic is acting weird. Yes, we know now that it's not Russia. That was a fake story we ran last week and the week before. Russia is not trying to remove uranium. It's just simply an anomaly due to the fact that we're altering the magnetosphere. The changes have been occurring rapidly, and the occurrence has been accelerating. So that the movement of the Earth's north magnetic pole has been on a whirlwind path to actually cause some major damage to our entire globe and the weather patterns that we experience. So if you think that for a second that this is just normal, then you're not listening, because we're seeing them manage the Earth's atmosphere with weather modification like this. This is not normal. This is not even being addressed by our two-party system. So if we're seeing a shift to the magnetosphere, it's only because of the artificial control of the atmosphere by artificial means. Not because your animal in your backyard is flatulating. So if you are worried about that, have no fear. Your animal's flatulence is near. All right. Okay, I think we covered all the conspiracies, and now we can kind of summate and get down to reality. Tomorrow we'll talk about the truth as more false flags are occurring, like the recent case in Aurora, Illinois, where no body was found, but yet they say 5 people died. There wasn't one case where an ambulance moved out of the location. And we saw the film 2 hours. I was glued to the CBS feed. I didn't see the ambulances move once, but 5 people died. Yet the killer killed himself, of course, and it turns out he was a nice guy. Yeah, the people in the area said the guy was a really salt of the earth kind of guy, really nice. None of that makes sense. Yes. No, we don't take your call, Jason. I'm so sorry. I don't have a backyard. I've got an enchanted forest. I live in the most beautiful place in the world, surrounded by nature. And none of my deer are contaminated with the zombie deer disease. The Cookie Show is not a conspiracy. It's about sustainability. I don't normally talk about conspiracies on our show. You may think I do, but I don't. Nothing you say seems to work here. You're striking zero there, buddy. What?
From
Tyler.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Yeah, I can't talk to Tyler. I never get real calls from anybody. That's the problem. If somebody were to call me in the real show and have a real conversation, it would be interrupted by some troll intercepting the call and trying to get in, calling me through the whole conversation. Because this is the only way I can communicate with people. I tried Skype and we get gang stalked. I don't need a call. That's why we don't publish our number anymore. Anyways, didn't you make $4 million doxing us? Or no, that's right, threatening my life. Yeah, you shouldn't even be in here. I use a Google phone number, yes. Yeah. Well, good luck seeing no more chemtrails, because you're going to be seeing chemtrails well into the future. Donald Trump's uncle, John Trump, was the guy that brought all of the Tesla technology forward and gave it to these evildoers that are using it to control the spectrum of weather that we've got. It's really happening. And Trump is just a front man for an operation that's been going on for a long, long time. And part of the Illuminati's plan is to actually expose you to this through covert means, like people like Alex Jones. They don't expect a real honest person to express the truth to you like I do every night. They look to people like Alex Jones to freak you out, giving you 90% lies mixed in with 10% truth, and making it seem like everything true is a conspiracy theory.
You're not going to believe this, but they're working to create human-animal hybrids. And if you take a vitality measure, you can actually become a much better and stronger person.
I just like, what? Alex Jones is a CIA operative. I'm 95% positive that's the case. He's not even Alex Jones. He's a guy named Bill Hicks. He even admitted it to people. Yeah, that's a conspiracy theory, sure. Yeah, one of many. It's the fact that he doesn't want anybody to know that he's a conspiracy puppet, controlled opposition, they call it. He first started his little shtick in 1997, about a year after they got rid of the real Alex Jones.
Just came on cable access and hung out, or what your actual employment was?
I come on public access and hang out. I'm on 24 hours a day, they say.
Yeah, pretty close.
Well, I can assure you I don't make any money off public access. I can guarantee you that.
Well, you guys have a good one.
Hey, appreciate that call. Hello, caller.
Now, what he did was he took over for a guy in 1997. You're looking at 1997, Alex Jones. I'm going to show you, and we'll kind of close our show tonight with that. A little fact that it really kind of, can blow your mind when you think about it. Okay, this is the real Alex Jones in 1997. And the guy I just showed you on screen was right after this in Halloween.
Yes, Alex, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I was just kind of curious if it's true that the police can have laser or infrared beams, if you want to call it, and they can project those into your house to basically.
Yeah, the Austin Police Department's. Last time I heard.
Okay, so he's got all kinds of sick imagery going in the screen, and this is the guy right here, Bill Hicks. Same face as this guy right here. But this guy on the far left is Alex Jones, the real Alex Jones, and he did a radio show for about 5 or 6 years back in Austin, Texas. And even people in Austin, Texas go, Dave, you know that the current guy is not the real Alex Jones. That's right.
Is very lean and muscular. And the one on the right, while he may have some muscle build, he is far from lean. It is important to note that at this time, in 1997, Jones would have only been 23 years old. While Bill Hicks spent a lot of time practicing and imitating the person of Alex Jones, certain genetic features were missed during the plastic surgery. So what happened to the first Alex Jones? Was he taken out by the CIA and replaced by Agent Bill Hicks? Was he paid off to disappear and then be replaced by Agent Bill Hicks? Or was the first Alex Jones also a CIA agent, and for whatever reason, he was unable to fulfill his current assignment, so he needed to be replaced? While it is unclear who the first Alex Jones really was or what happened to him, what is clear is that there was a replacement. A replacement who had begun his career as a comedian and is now an actor in a reality show of false hope. He is a quite convincing actor. His true identity is William Melvin Hicks.
Did you see that? Did everyone see that?
Hey, and let me show you this right here. It's yeah, we've got facial comparisons.
The first Alex Jones.
Yeah. Anyway, it's important to note that this guy right here is 6 feet tall, and the Alex Jones was only 5'9" originally, and this taller guy is brought in 1997 to replace the 5'9" guy. This guy's 6 feet tall. He's actually 6'1", but he shrunk a little bit after his girth increased in the middle of his body. It's like you kind of shrink when you get wider. Okay. Good to know, huh? If you do a voice test, you'd find it's not Bill Hicks. It is. No, it's definitely Bill Hicks. He had his voice altered. Yeah, there's no doubt about it in my mind. The original, like I said, just do a height exam on the new guy. He's 6 feet tall, and you go right now on the wiki, and you'll see 2 different heights for Alex Jones: 5'9", the older ones, and then the new ones say 5'10". But the guy right here, the Alex Jones that we know as Alex Jones today, he's like 6 feet or 6'1". So there's definitely not the same guy. And he does his facial teeth patterns, everything matches Bill Hicks. It's already been proven. And even Alex Jones has admitted it publicly that he is in fact Bill Hicks. So I don't even know why we have these conversations. Yeah, he had to. In fact, his recent deposition with the Sandy Hook case, he has to show his performance art revenue. He makes a tremendous amount of money. Performance art draws him $20 million a year. Here he is in one of his scenes telling you he's Bill Hicks.
Are you rolling? You ready for this? I can't believe it's come to this, but they cornered me. I've got to be honest. It's gotten too big. I've just got to admit it right now. Okay. This is just really hard for me to do. I've been doing this so long, it's hard to give up on the character and go back to who I really was. You got me, okay? Are you happy now? You bastards? Yes, I am Bill Hicks.
All right, that's it for me. I am very happy to give you guys a daily show. And I can tell you that this show goes on every day without fail. For 10 years straight, we haven't missed a single show, including our vacations, which we used to take when the death threats weren't coming in. And I take a day off every Sunday. There's going to be a lot of fakery going on by the media. Remember, a lot of the information you see on the internet is controlled by the CIA and Allied Signal Corps. And the NSA does modulations throughout the networks. YouTube censors people. A lot of the information you're getting is filtered. But don't forget, there's a lot of disinformation out there talking about flat earth crap. Don't buy into it. Reptilian crap, don't buy into it. But when we hear about chemtrails with reptilians, we think, oh, well, that's got to be wacky. No, they really are spraying us every day. That's not a conspiracy, that's a fact. But when we talk about flat earth, that's the diversion to make you look like an idiot. Or you hear people hollow hoax theories out there all over the place. That's diverting you so that you don't have a credible argument against Zionism. That makes you look like an idiot to deny that the entire Holocaust occurred. That's also an attempt by the CIA to divert your attention and make everything trivialized that you're saying. But the flat earth thing really is the CIA cover for the reality that the moon it's beginning to be questionable whether we went to the moon or not. And videos out there showing the last departure from the moon 50 years ago, many people are looking at it going, that doesn't look like a real video, like this video right here.
4 days, push. Mission arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector good. Ag thought.
Well, a lot of questions arose. This is the last photograph from the moon 50 years ago or so. Why haven't we gone back? And why is it there was somebody on the moon panning the camera and zooming in? And how did they get that film back up to us? These are logical questions. And why did it look like everything was blacked out in the background to get rid of the piano wire holding the object? It sure looks like it's a complete faked studio version of a liftoff.
Mission arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1.
You can see it cavitate too. When the strings are pulling it up, and then everything in behind, the stars are all blacked out. That's to get rid of the fibrous wire or whatever, piano wire they use to lift it. Anyway, the flat Earth plan was designed to make you think that we went to that the moon hoax thing is just the beginning, that they lied to us about everything, that the planets don't even exist, that it's all a scrim above your head. That's to trivialize the serious credibility issue that NASA is beginning to have about why we haven't done anything. Now, they just lost a probe on Mars, in case you didn't know. The rover went down. Perfectly convenient way to stop faking the rover video is to say that they lost connections with it. It's a self-sealing premise, so they don't have to think about it anymore. Anyway, that's the end of it. You can take the reptilian theory and show me a reptilian, and I'll be glad to agree with you. But we've yet to see a credible picture of a reptilian once. And there's 5.4 billion cameras out there right now with their finger on the button. So keep your eyes open for reptilians, everybody. See if you can find one somewhere. That's it for me. I am trying to give you the utmost in everyday connectivity and link sharing, so keep it up. This is a brand new centrist party, even though we've been doing this for 10 years. We're just starting to get some notice. We got the first appearance in 8 years in the media just yesterday. There is a story out about me right now in the Washington Post. My name is mentioned. The story is about the lengthy history of politicians wearing blackface and getting a pass. Now, I don't know what kind of BS world they're living in, but I believe in a country that has free speech. The Democrats don't. Somehow they believe that freedom of speech is unimportant, yet, yeah, freedom of speech is unimportant, yet there's the article. You can get it on Opera if you can't link it right there. But somehow the Democrats think that freedom of speech is less important than political correctness, yet there's no justification for that belief. So we have to keep using our ability to freely speak. Even if you're black and want to make whiteface, go for it. I want you to speak out about what's going on in your life. I don't want anyone to feel stifled. And what we have today is a totalitarian police state forming, and the best way to stop that is to speak out about it. And that's what we're doing every night. There's no way you can compare what we're doing to the Democrats, Republicans, because they don't even address dangerous issues like vaccines, GMOs in our food, chemtrails in our air, or fluoride in our water, and we do. I take on the tough issues every single night. So keep it up. We'll see you again tomorrow. I am Mr. Right. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.